Providing you with a better car buying experience, CMA's Honda of Winchester takes it personally. Why? Because we're employee owned. That makes us neighbors, and good neighbors take care of each other. Come experience the honesty, transparency, and value we provide every customer, every neighbor, each and every day. At CMA's Honda of Winchester, owners just care more about you.
It's time for the excitement of NCAA Division II football, featuring the Shepherd University Rams and the Pennsylvania State Athletic Conference. Today's play-by-play coverage is being brought to you by W. Harley Miller Systems, Smallwood and Small Insurance Agency, Powered Beck and Matzareff Law Offices, Senate Finance Chairman Jason Barrett, Hagerstown Ford, Fort Evans Archery, Rocks Local Markets, the Brown Funeral Home and Cremations, Robert Fields and Sons, the Larry DeMarco team at Century 21 Modern Realty Results, Burke, Schultz, Harmon, and Jenkinson, personal injury attorneys, Cody's Auto Body, the Palace Lounge, Parsons Ford of Martinsburg, the Skinner Accident and Injury Lawyers, the Berkeley County Health Department, Bodwell Insurance Solutions, Ameriprise Financial and the Mirius Group of Financial Advisors, WVU Medicine Berkeley and Jefferson Medical Centers, the Mansion Ferretti Law Firm, CMA Honda of Winchester, CMA Chevy and Toyota of Martinsburg, CMA Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram of Martinsburg, Dignity Memorial Rosedale Funeral Home and Cemetery of Martinsburg, Floor Pools of Martinsburg, Hagerstown, and Chambersburg, Inferno Brewery and Andy's Pizza. Standing by is our TV10 broadcast team. So let's head to the field and get today's pregame show underway.
And good morning across the Eastern Panhandle, or wherever you may be tuning in. Welcome into Ram Stadium, and happy homecoming to those who celebrate. It is Shepherd homecoming as the Rams welcome in the East Stroudsburg Warriors. For TV10 Sports, I am Matt Crawford. To my left, once again this week, is Travis Smith. Travis, welcome back. You missed a good one last week. Shepherd getting their most dominant victory of the season, a 37-13 rout at Bloomsburg. The Rams looking to make it 4 straight. Coming in as the Warriors of East Stroudsburg. They come in a 6-1 record. They're looking for their 7th straight victory.
East Stroudsburg, again, a very good program, but Shepherd able to get off to a fast start last week with Carrington, Nick, and Jazeer with the big catch to start the game off, and Shepherd never looked back after that point, and now Shepherd in the midst of a 3-game win streak looking to extend it against a very tough opponent in the East Stroudsburg Warriors. This is a game that Shepherd lost last year versus this ball club, and they're looking to get a little bit of revenge here in front of the homecoming crowd.
Shepherd, a tougher start to their schedule. It's the flip for East Stroudsburg when you look at what is coming up next, obviously in the PSAC, so you never want to look to what's going on next week before the game in front of you, but a big game circled on the East Stroudsburg schedule, that is for sure, at Kutztown next week for Shepherd. In a more favorable part of their schedule, they have rival Shippensburg coming to town next week, and they're at Lock Haven, finish it out with a game at home against Seton Hill. So the tough part of their schedule is over. Again, you never look past anybody. You never say, oh, this is an easy game, let's chalk up a W in this one. But certainly a more favorable back half of the schedule for Shepherd, whereas they've gotten all their tough stuff out of the way already. And for East Stroudsburg, they're really getting into the meat of their 2025 campaign.
Absolutely. And you look at that beginning of the season for Shepherd, 2 of your first 4 games are against the Blue Bloods of the PSAC and Slippery Rock and Kutztown, and you're going up against a lot of veteran teams, and then you had the upstart Clarion Ball Club that came in, and they just have a red-hot offense, so Shepherd just did not do themselves any favors by having that schedule to start the season, but they've made some changes. You have to credit this coaching staff for being able to pull this team out of what was being perceived as a tailspin, and now they're on a 3-game win streak, 3-1 in conference, so now you're starting to see some optimism bubble up on that sideline, and it's been because of good football play out there on the field, and you have to take hats off to the coaches for being able to steady the ship and get them going right in the right direction.
You look at the history of these two programs, and Shepherd over the last decade, you're talking about 2015, a national runner-up, a Final Four in 2016, a Final Four in 21 and 22. You look at East Stroudsburg in that time period, they are really coming on late. So as Shepherd has kind of plateaued out a little bit and been a 500 team, right around 500, the last couple of years for these Warriors of East Stroudsburg, it has really been on the up and up. A first-round loss the last 2 years, but a 2023 campaign of 9-3, 10-2 last season, and on their way to 6 wins in their first 7 this year, looking for number 7 in their first 8 this afternoon in Shepherdstown. So kind of a tale of two programs when you look at the last decade and how these two teams have performed.
And we talked about the Blue Bloods of the PSAC and Slippery Rock and Kutztown. You can also put Shepherd in that mix, but now you're starting to see, like you mentioned, East Stroudsburg, now they want their name mentioned among those other teams, and they'll have an opportunity to prove themselves today here in the hostile confines of Ram Stadium.
A beautiful day for football here in Shepherdstown, West Virginia. Not a whole lot of clouds in the sky, and a beautiful just about 50-degree temperature right now. Should be about 55 or 60 once we get into the heart of this football game. This is the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show, brought to you by W. Harley Miller Systems, providing custom integration services like home and office automation, home theater, networking, audio-video distribution, and more. Call them at 304-350-1931 or visit them at WHMSystems.com. We'll hear from the man in charge of the Ram football program, Shepherd head coach Ernie McCook, coming up next. This is Shepherd Ram football on TV 10.
Sometimes our customers
It's the new normal. You live, work, and play everywhere. Whether it's the family car or the family business, you need insurance that keeps pace with your changing life. Home on the job or working from home, peace of mind comes from knowing your whole world is covered. No matter what happens or how big it grows, whatever your new normal, Erie Insurance's award-winning service and personal agents can keep pace. Call your local agent today or visit erieinsurance.com for a quote.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%. Parsons' goal of financing for all. And Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars, too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
When will I be able to retire? How do I make the most of the money I have? How can I leave a lasting legacy to my loved ones? I'm John Everson, Private Wealth Advisor with the Marius Group, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated. Call us today at 304-263-4343 to help you make the most of your financial future. Our office is located at 1270 Winchester Avenue, Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC.
We welcome you back to the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. Our pregame coaches interview is brought to you by Parsons Ford of Martinsburg at 1400 Shepherdstown Road. They became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
Here with Shepherd Rams head coach Ernie McCook. Coach, 3 wins in a row now. Bloomsburg, you're able to really dominate that one pretty much start to finish. Touchdown on the very first offensive play for you guys. What would you attribute the success in that game to?
I think we played really well in all 3 phases. I think our defense was flying around, got a lot of pressure on the quarterback, really made it difficult for Bloomsburg to operate at what I think is a pretty complex offense. I think offensively did a great job running the football and effective in the passing game, and we took care of the football. We didn't turn the ball over on special teams and or on offense. Our defense created 5 turnovers. I think we controlled the field position, which gave us the win that we had. It was, I thought, a very convincing win, and the most convincing win that we've had in a long time.
It felt like you guys were able to contain Bloomsburg. They were able to drive down the field a little bit and get some first downs, but obviously not many points up on the board in the end. How did you feel the defense performed overall when it came to stopping that pretty unique offense?
I think the defense was outstanding. I think that they created the turnovers they did. I think we had 3 interceptions, 2 forced fumbles, the scoop and score. And again, I really think our defensive front played extremely well. We got a lot of great pressure on the quarterback. We made him uncomfortable and got him into some bad throws. They have a talented team, and they were able to do some things. But other than that, I think a few things late in the game, and I thought the game was pretty much in hand at that point. Credit to our defense coaches, what they were able to do, and dialing up some pressures and making Bloomsburg have to earn it. I thought our special teams did a great job in recreating the field position, where I think their average starting field position was the 21-yard line. So they had a lot of long fields to go, and I think that really helped us.
On the offensive side, you guys were without Malachi Brown, but you got Carrington Nickens' year to step in and had a big touchdown on that very first play. And overall, the offense did really well. 3 rushing touchdowns for Jordan Barnett. The overall performance on that side of the ball.
I'm really pleased with where Carrington was. We felt we needed to get him a little more involved in the game plan. Malachi being sick, it gave us an opportunity to get him some additional. The Carrington get some touches. We're able to run the ball pretty effectively, which I thought was a good deal. And I think when you have great balance the way we did, and I thought Michael made some nice plays, Hardaway made some good plays. To able to keep Bloomsburg off balance, and with balance as an offense, and I think that enabled us to be pretty solid offensively. And again, the highlights offensively was taking care of the football. The only way we gave it up to them, we kicked it to them. I thought thought that was key. We won the turnover battle. We had 5 takeaways to none on their part, and it showed in the field position. Starting, and I think it was a complete football game, as I said at the beginning.
You guys are now on a 3-game win streak. Can you feel that confidence for now that you're stacking up wins after starting off the year on a losing streak to now building some confidence, some wins to be able to push through the rest of the season?
Yeah, I think, obviously we were all disappointed with how we started the season in the win-loss column. I think what we've done is we've gotten in a mindset where we're focusing on 1 week at a time, and this week our focus is East Stroudsburg, and that's right 100% where we're at.
And now I'll ask you about East Stroudsburg coming up. They've had a strong start to the year. They were coming into town. What have you seen from them? What are you guys focusing on?
East Stroudsburg is as talented a football team. They're on a 6-game winning streak. They have a lot of balance on offense. They can throw the football. They can run the football. They have a big physical offensive line. They play a couple quarterbacks. Quarterbacks are mobile, can make all the throws you need to. Defensively, I think they're really sound. They got a great defensive front. They got 2 defensive ends that get after the passer. They're great pass rush guys. They got big inside in the A and B gaps, and their defensive backs are very active. It's a complete football team that's coming in here, well coached on both sides of the football. It's gonna be a challenge for us on homecoming.
Do you think it could just be as simple as the team that wins the turnover battle is often going to win the game, and if you guys can continue to take care of the ball that you'll win, or you feel like there's a couple other things that stand out that you guys need to do?
I learned a long time ago, when you win the turnover battle, it's hard to lose. And, very seldom do you ever see a team that wins the turnover battle and loses. I think you'll get some where it's even. But if you win the turnover battle, you have a great chance to win the football game.
And where do you think your team is at obviously you've been taking care of the ball the last few weeks. Overall, do you feel like that is a strength of your team, or there's still some improvement there when it comes to taking care of the ball on offense? And do you feel like you guys can continue creating the turnovers with the defense?
I think that we'll continue to go and work to take care of the football on offense, and we're going to try and get as many takeaways as we possibly can. And we also need to do it on special teams. We need to do a good job taking care of the football there, being smart with how we return the kicks. We know whether we're going to try and bring one out of the end zone or not. I believe offensively you always want to take care of the ball. Any turnover is a bad turnover that if you let that happen offensively, and any turnover you can create on defense is great for your team. And, I think it really does come to – that's got to be a great focus and emphasis every day for our offense and defensive coaches. And anytime we're playing, we've got to do a good job with the football. It's all about the ball. Yeah.
All right, Coach. Thanks for the time, and good luck.
All right, thank you very much.
Once again, our pregame coaches interview is brought to you by Parsons Ford at 1400 Shepherdstown Road and online at parsonsford.com. They became number one by making you number one first, Parsons. We'll be back with more on the other side of this break. This is Shepherd University Football on TV10 and WRNR TV on YouTube.
I pre-planned my funeral to make it easier on my family. They were relieved to know I'll get just what I want.
My family actually thanked me for taking matters into my own hands. Turns out having this awkward conversation wasn't awkward at all.
Pre-planning is my choice. There are certain things about me my family may not know. Now they won't need to guess.
The choices are yours. The peace of mind is theirs. Pre-plan your funeral with Brown Funeral Homes and everything will be taken care of. Find out more online at brownfuneralhomeswv.com. Brown Funeral Homes, here for you.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%, Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons number one for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became number one by making you number one first. Parsons.
Nothing goes better with football than chicken. From Pee Wee to the big boys to the wing T formation. Oh my, fumbling, bumbling, stumbling.
Omaha! Omaha!
Rock's local market.
Did you know a fully loaded truck weighs 80,000 pounds?
I do know that they can cause a lot of damage in a wreck.
Over 40,000 people die every year in crashes.
And distracted driving is getting even worse.
I wish we had better ways to prevent distracted driving.
Me too. But one thing we can do is help people who've been injured in car and truck accidents.
Hurting almost heaven? Dial the 7s. 304-777-7777.
SkinnerWins.com.
Welcome back into the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. Just about 18 minutes left in the pregame show before we are ready for action here in a homecoming Shepherdstown Saturday afternoon. The dance team finishing up and the band about to make their way onto the field. Travis, we'll get into the keys to the game a little bit later, but I think one thing that you look at in this game is going to be defense. And obviously, you talk about the 3 factors each week, and they're each important in their own way. But you look at what East Stroudsburg has been able to do defensively this year. 28 sacks, including Ashton Blows, who's got 7 of his own on the season. And as their defense goes, they go. Shepherd, on the other hand, has done a very good job of beginning to fix the issues that we were seeing in the first 4 games. I think you look at the 3-0 over the last 3 games, and the defense has been a big part of that. A big stop in what could have been a game-winning drive a few weeks ago right here in Shepherdstown against Westchester, and then 2 real dominant performances against Millersville and against Bloomsburg. This team is starting to come into their own, but they're going to have a tough counterpart of the defense from East Stroudsburg. They've been doing it strong all season.
Absolutely. Like you mentioned, the Warriors have 28 sacks on the season, coming off of a performance last week where they put up 6 sacks and just dominated in that contest. So that's going to be important for Shepherd today. They're going to have to do a good job of protecting the quarterback. And then you look over to that Shepherd defense, and I think the biggest change that they've made is that they decided we're not going to sit back. We're going to start dialing up some blitzes, not only from linebackers, but we're also going to have some guys from our secondary. They're going to start blitzing hard off the edge, and that's going to put a little bit less stress on your defense as far as just having to sit back, read, and react, not playing those base vanilla defenses anymore because they were having their struggles because that chemistry just wasn't there. They lost a lot of guys to the transfer portal, and they were going up against teams where chemistry wasn't that issue, so you saw that big gap, and that was a lot of the problems that they were having. So they made that switch, and again, you have to credit that Shepherd coaching staff not sitting on their laurels or just accepting that they're going to have a tough season. They are using different player combinations out there on the field, just trying to find that right mesh of players out there on the field, and they're also dialing up those blitzes, and that's going to put a little bit less emphasis on those guys of having to read and react and being comfortable comfortable in space. Instead, you give them a specific job to do, get after the quarterback. You know this is going to happen, and you limit some of that inexperience or lack of chemistry because you're telling guys specifically what you want them to do, and Shepherd has been successful in doing that. We talk about being able to make things happen on defense. The biggest thing has been the turnover differential. If you want to look at Shepherd in this 3-game win streak, they are +6 in that turnover differential. You go back to the beginning of the year where they went 0-4, dead even. All right, so turnover differential has been huge for Shepherd's win streak, and I think that's going to be critical for them today if they're going to pull out a win against this East Stroudsburg ball club.
One thing that is not foreign to this Shepherd defense is facing a dual-threat quarterback. They're going to face that and then some today. You look at Sean McTaggart, he's 85 for 129, a little over 1,200 yards through the air. It's about $182 a game. You're looking, okay, not bad through the air. Let's add 52 carries for just under 300 yards, 40 per game, 5 per carry, and 4 touchdowns for him running the football. And you look at some of their top runners, and you're going, oh, that Harrison Susie guy, he's had a good year as the number 3 running back, 31 attempts, 252 yards. Watch out for the Wildcat today because he's a backup quarterback. That is not a true running back. We understand he has lined up in that tailback position this year, but it's going to be more of a Wildcat look when you see him running the football. So Shepherd has seen some dual-threat quarterbacks this year. They saw a little wing T, a little double wing last week against Bloomsburg, but this is going to be a horse of a different color. They're going to see something they haven't seen yet this year, and that true Wildcat, and something that that East Stroudsburg's been able to do pretty successfully all year.
And you bring up an interesting point in McTaggart. He had a big game versus Shepherd last year, completed nearly 74% of his passes for 196 yards. He also had 2 touchdowns, 1 interception in that game, but he also did some damage on the ground as well. Had 6 carries for 43 yards, averaging just over 7 yards a carry and a touchdown. But his numbers are slightly down this year. Last year, averaging nearly 215 yards a game. This year, that is down to 182 yards a game. And you want to look at that touchdown to interception ratio. Last year, he had 26 touchdowns to 5 interceptions. This year, kind of falling back to earth a little bit, 8 touchdowns to only 7 interceptions this year. So I think that's going to be an opportunity for this Rams defense to maybe stay in this game and make a big play and give the offense an extra possession. If they can squeeze an interception or 2 out of McTaggart, I think changes the entire complexion of today's contest.
We will hear what some of the men on the field think of today's matchup. We'll hear from a couple of players. Coming up next, our own Dylan Bishop caught up with a couple of players at practice this week. That coming up next in the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. This is Shepherd Ram Football on TV 10.
This is Eric at Hagerstown Ford. We have been challenged to sell 20 new and used vehicles each and every day for the rest of the year. This means you save thousands. Hagerstown Ford is the largest Ford store on the I-81 corridor, ranked among the top dealerships in the country in sales volume and customer satisfaction. If you are even thinking about buying a new car, now is the time. Visit HagerstownFord.com and choose your new ride, and we will bring it to you. You will sign all the documents from your phone and skip that awful finance process that consumes your entire day in the dealership. Let's recap. Hagerstown Ford must sell 20 vehicles a day. You will sign all the documents from your phone on your time. We will bring your new ride to you, and you're done. It's that easy. If you don't like it, return it. Our return policy is better than Walmart, and our buying experience is better than Amazon. And you save thousands. Hagerstown Ford is the #1 Ford store from Winchester, Virginia to Washington, D.C., from Chambersburg, Pennsylvania to Baltimore, Maryland. Now, we want to be the #1 Ford store in the nation.
Hagerstown Ford, right off Interstate 81, across from the Valley Mall.
Most insurance companies see you as a claim number. Most law firms see you as a case file. When their top priority is their bottom line, you only get a fraction of the attention that you deserve. At the law firm of Burke, Schultz, Harmon, and Jenkinson, it's personal. We listen to our clients to see the whole picture, because every part of you is important. For a team built on relationships and results, call Burke, Schultz, Harmon, and Jenkinson at 304 Lawyers, or visit us at burkeandschultz.com.
When it comes to providing you with a better car buying experience, CMA's Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram of Martinsburg takes it personally. Why? Because we're employee owned. That makes us neighbors, and good neighbors take care of each other. Come experience the honesty, transparency, and value we provide every customer, every neighbor, each and every day. At CMA's Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram of Martinsburg, owners just care more about you.
Our player interviews are brought to you by the Marius Group and Ameriprise Financial Advisors, John Everson and Phil McCoy. Stop by 1270 Winchester Avenue in Martinsburg or give them a call at 304-263-4343.
Here is Shepherd Rams offensive lineman Brandon Carr. Brandon, you guys are on a 3-game win streak right now. What's the feeling like in the locker room?
It's high energy in the locker room right now. The vibes are very high, and we're just continuing to get better every day and continue to build on this win streak.
And you guys have had a lot of success on the offensive line, been able to run the ball. You and Ty Lucas on the right side. It's been a lot of success with Barnett and Swinehart. What would you chalk up the success of the offensive line so far this year too?
I think the first few games it took a lot of time for all of us to gel together because we have a few new pieces with Jaden Perez and then E.J. Hendricks and Herb rotating, then Josh Crummett at center. But I think once we were all gelling well, we just keep getting better week after week.
And what would you say are still some areas that you guys want to improve on as the season goes on?
Probably is just like nitpicky stuff, like in pass pro, just having like a cleaner pocket and like keeping pressure off Mike to keep him comfortable so he could throw the ball downfield and have more success in the passing game.
And overall for you guys coming up East Stroudsburg this week, what have you seen from their defense that you guys up front are going to have to deal with?
We know they have very explosive ends, and I mean their D-line they've been very good like for the last few years, and so just worrying about them just blocking the box, and I think if we block the box, we'll be fine.
And for the rest of the season, do you feel like one or two things that the team overall, maybe from the mental side, what do you guys want to keep steady or improve on as the season goes on? Now that you are stacking up some wins.
I think we just need to control what we can control and just keep going day by day, practice by practice, game by game, and just keep improving, just keep stacking wins.
All right, thanks for the time and good luck on Saturday.
Thank you.
Here is Shepherd Rams defensive lineman Jack Baxter. Jack, guys on a 3-game win streak now. After starting 0-4, I'm sure you got to be feeling good in the locker room. How's it been the last few weeks, the mood with the team overall?
It's been good. I mean, everyone's had the same attitude of going 1-0 each week, working every week. We reset, we go again, and just keep working 1-0 each week, working as hard as we can to keep that trend going.
There's been weeks where the defense has been giving up a lot of points, but obviously last week against Bloomsburg, you guys were able to have a lot of success in slowing down that run game. What was it like preparing for that team because they do run kind of an unorthodox offense, and how did you feel about the performance overall?
It was the same kind of thing it's been all season, but with a little more stress on not doing anything crazy, but just doing your 1 of 11, do your one singular part, know what your responsibility is. I mean, with that triple option flex bone they got, know which guy is yours. So if you got quarterback, you got quarterback. If you have running back, you have running back. Just do your responsibility.
What would you say are still a couple of things that you guys want to improve on as the season goes on?
Defense, I mean, it's still the same thing. Just keep working, limit them as little points as possible. Stop the run and get to the pass game and build up sacks, build up turnovers, and just keep that going as we go through each game.
When you're looking at East Stroudsburg this week, what have you guys been focusing on, and what do you feel like are going to be a couple keys for you guys up front or just the defense in general?
So they're a solid team with a very solid O-line. They got a big O-line, probably the biggest we've seen this year, I want to say. Up front, it's just dominate up front, do everything we can to beat that O-line. They got a very good O-line with returning all-conference players, and just up front, just destroy your blocks and win in the pass rush.
How different can it be week to week, depending on the offensive line you're facing when it comes to either, say, zone scheme or gap scheme or a bigger offensive line versus a quicker offensive line?
It kind of depends. Like last week, Bloom was they were a little quicker. They're a little bit smaller, quicker O-line, but I mean, there's still a couple of big guys. But it just kind of changes what we stress during the week. So when we got bigger O-line, we're really stressed, like hammering down those double teams. We get a lot of work on having bigger blocks in Indy. And then when we have a faster team in Indy, we do a lot more speed stuff, a lot more reaction and quick steps and getting moving. So it just kind of depends what we work during the week that changes those things.
This week it's East Stroudsburg homecoming for you guys. What's it mean to be here on homecoming week, and how important is it for you guys to get that win on homecoming?
So it's always fun being here on homecoming, and it's big for us. We dropped a home game earlier this year and coming back for another big home game, and we're really hoping that this is the one we turn it around and we show the home crowd that we are still the serious Shepherd team we've always been and that I've played for before. So come out and show them that we haven't gone anywhere.
All right, Jack, thanks for the time and good luck.
Thank you so much. Have a good one.
That player interview was brought to you by the Marius Group and Ameriprise Financial Advisors John Everson and Phil McCoy. You can stop by 1270 Winchester Avenue in Martinsburg or give them a call at 304-263-4343. We'll be right back with more Shepherd University football on TV 10 and WRNR TV on YouTube.
W. Harley Miller Systems understands the need and desire for reliable and affordable smart home solutions. Secure your home with a security system and keep a close eye on your family. Automate your home with a Control4 system and have smart technology work as one. Set daily schedules to control your thermostats. Push a button and set the mood for dinner by dimming lights and playing music, or just sit back and enjoy a movie in your own home theater. Put decades of experience to work for you. Visit us at WHMsystems.com or call 304-350-1931.
Let's talk about what to do after a car or truck accident.
First, call 911. Then call Skinner Accident and Injury Lawyers.
Let us handle the insurance company so you can focus on getting better.
Being injured in a wreck is enough stress. Let your doctor handle your medical issues.
And let the Skinner brothers handle your insurance issues.
If you've been hurt in almost heaven,
call the Sevens, 304-777-7777.
The Hot Tub and Swim Spa Expo is at all 3 Floor Pools locations this weekend only. Hot tubs as low as $69 a month. Endless pool swim spas up to $8,000 off MSRP. Hot tubs, swim spas, saunas, and cold plunges up to 30% off. This weekend only at all 3 Floor Pools locations. Hot tubs, hot tubs, hot tubs. The Hot Tub and Swim Spa Expo is at all 3 Floor Pools locations this weekend only. Truckloads of hot tubs from major brands like Hot Spring Hot Tubs. All discounted. Hot tubs as low as $69 a month. Easy financing. Save thousands. Swim year-round with endless pool swim spas. Up to $8,000 off MSRP. Saunas as low as $79 a month. Hot tubs, swim spas, saunas, and cold plunges. Up to 30% off. This weekend only at all 3 Floor Pools locations. SpaExpoTristate.com. The Hot Tub and Swim Spa Expo is at all 3 Floor Pools locations this weekend only. Hot tubs as low as $69 a month. Endless pool swim spas. Up to $8,000 off MSRP. Hot tubs, swim spas, saunas, and cold plunges. Up to 30% off. This weekend only at all 3 Floor Pools locations.
Welcome back into the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. East Stroudsburg making their way onto the field. The Ram drumline in the end zone making their presence known, which means the Rams are just a few moments away from running out of our far corner of the end zone from where we are sitting. And here they come, toting the American flag as always, a sight we are used to seeing in Shepherdstown. And the Rams are on the field. We're just about ready for kickoff. About 3.5 minutes away. Time to get into our keys to the game. Brought to you by CMA Chevy and Toyota of Martinsburg. All in one convenient location. 650 Foxcroft Avenue in Martinsburg, where owners just care more. Travis, keys to the game.
First, looking at Shepherd, I think they're going to have to start with limiting penalties. In particular, the offensive line, it's on you today, fellas. No holding penalties. The Warriors have a very active defensive line. Kind of reminds me of Slippery Rock and the issues that the Rams had with holding penalties in that game. That's something that they're really going to have to keep an eye on today. Let's see if they made some improvement in that area. On the defensive side of the ball, Rams going to have to force some turnovers, pressure their quarterback. The Rams are +6 in turnover margin in their 3-game win streak, and there's no better way than to create those turnovers than getting after the quarterback and harassing them. Like we mentioned, McTaggart has 7 interceptions on the season, so you might be lucky enough to come away with one today. On the offensive side of the ball, Shepherd, it's about ball control, and you want to eat up clock, keep that East Stroudsburg offense on the sidelines. Also, you want to protect your quarterback. Use that run game. That's going to wear down that defensive front. Set up your play-action pass. It's going to help your quarterback a great deal. Like we mentioned, a ferocious pass rush over there for that Warriors defense. And again, going back to that Shepherd defense, got to win on first down. You want to try to force them into a passing situation. Like we mentioned, McTaggart, 7 interceptions so far on the season. And you want to avoid having the Warriors offense in a 4th and short situation. Susie, like we mentioned, a very talented Wildcat quarterback, and East Stroudsburg has taken advantage of that. They are 9 for 10 on the year when it comes to 4th down conversions.
Coin flip is done. East Stroudsburg will get the football first. Keys to the game brought to you by CMA Chevy and Toyota of Martinsburg, all in one convenient location, 650 Foxcroft Avenue in Martinsburg, where owners just care more. East Stroudsburg on the road, black pants, white uniforms with red numbers and lettering on the front, and white helmets. A pretty clean look for the Warriors. For Shepherd, nothing out of the ordinary. Gold pants, blue uniforms with the gold numbers and lettering, and those blue and gold helmets shining brightly on a sunny afternoon in Shepherdstown. The far stands, the home side starting to fill in. I'm sure a few people still enjoying some adult beverages in the parking lot, as it is a homecoming Saturday in Shepherdstown, but expecting a packed house here and a good road section here for the Stroudsburg Warriors. Traveling well, not too far of a trip for them, just a few hours from eastern Pennsylvania. The pregame show is brought to you by the W. Harley Miller Systems, providing custom integration services like home and office automation, home theater, networking, audio, video distribution, and more. Call 304-350-1931. And Travis, something we don't usually see teams do anymore, say, hey, we won the coin toss, we want the football. A lot of times you see, hey, we're going to defer to the second half, we'll see what you're doing in offense first, and then if we need to make adjustments, we'll be the ones to be able to kind of lay that hammer to start the second half. East Stroudsburg saying, nah, we want to set the tone early, and I think that says a lot about the confidence they have in their football team coming in at 6-1.
And you come in, you want to try to take this home crowd out of it early, and no better way than to get off to a fast start than to put your red-hot offense out there on the field first. That's just something, I agree with it myself. I understand the thinking, the thought process of, I want the ball in the second half. You get that extra possession in the second half. But one of the things you want to do to help out your defense, give them the lead early on. You go out there and have a nice opening drive. You're working off of that script. You take the home crowd out of it. You give your defense the lead. Now you have the advantage. Now you can start dictating things to your opponent. So I always like it when teams decide to take the ball first. Let them know we're here to party, and we're going to be the first one to get it going.
One thing to watch out for today, special teams. We've talked about it the last couple of weeks. Max Barba, from what we understand, most likely shut down for the season with that lower body injury. So it's going to be Keith Baker. No struggle here, or no shock here, not releasing any new information. He's had his struggles this year. The lefty has had a problem pulling to the right on his field goals and extra points. It's going to be Sam Collins on the kickoffs for the remainder of the year, so that's going to be a big thing, too. You got to make any moderate to short field goal opportunities you have, and you got to make sure you're getting a full 7 on touchdowns.
And looking at East Stroudsburg, that's going to be one of their keys for victory today, is being able to steal a play on special teams. Shepherd has been really good at times on special teams, but they have been inconsistent and giving up some big plays. So if East Stroudsburg is opportunistic, they're going to look to try to capitalize on one of those mistakes on special teams. So that's definitely going to be a critical part of the game, and it's always going to be a huge factor in terms of momentum.
And a parachuter making his way down on the 50-yard line. Did not know that was going to be a part of the homecoming celebrations, but landing at the 50-yard line, and well done. Saw everybody looking up, but from our vantage point, couldn't exactly see what they were looking at, but I understand George Davenport, the one parachuting in. See your Patty Alter, the PA voice here at Ram Stadium, in the background. And now a second one coming in over the Ken Boone Fieldhouse and landing at about the 40-yard line. So a little razzle-dazzle for a homecoming Saturday. Military Appreciation Game is next Saturday, and a lot of times you see that flyover from the Air National Guard, but definitely some flair to homecoming today in Shepherdstown.
See, I thought the second guy was going to be Colin McLaughlin.
That would have been a lot more exciting. And I'm waiting to see. I see another shadow. I think we might
have maybe this one too. Coming in hot. That's awesome.
Yeah. Not something we see a whole lot here at Ram Stadium. Definitely a cool way to get started, and good way to get get Ram faithful involved early in this one.
It's a cool way to get to work.
And that is a delivery of the game ball today. So it looks like the last guy to make his way from the air to Ram Stadium delivering the game ball. Definitely some fun homecoming activities. I know you had the chance to go down and miss last week going to Bloomsburg because you had a homecoming of your own, a proud graduate of Marshall University. First time you've been back in a while, right?
Very long time. So it's been probably a couple of decades since I've been to a Marshall homecoming, and it was awesome event to be able to go back and walk around through Huntington and go to the game. An exciting game, a double overtime game. So I certainly got my full homecoming experience, the Thundering Herd walking away with a win. So certainly set the tone for an awesome weekend.
Yeah, as a proud Shepherd alumni, homecoming always a special time for me. Our on-site producer, Dylan Bishop, a graduate of Shepherd University as well, and being a part of radio, TV, broadcast journalism since graduating, even during my time here at Shepherd. have always had a unique vantage point of homecoming, never really participating in the festivities, but you never miss one. That's always the one you're going, okay, I don't have to wonder where I'm going to be for homecoming this year. It's usually with a headset on, watching the football game, so always a fun vantage point.
And we do this job because we love the game of football. So sometimes you have to take some time for yourself and go out and enjoy some football without having to worry about having a headset or lug equipment around. So I encourage you to do it every once in a while there, Mr. Crawford. Go out and enjoy yourself a nice football game.
Both teams making their way onto the field. The Skydivers delivering the game ball have made their way to the Shepherd sideline. And our opening kick brought to you by the Brown Funeral Home and Cremations, Robert Fields and Sons, a family-owned full-service funeral home proudly serving the area since 1880. Again, it is going to be Sam Collins doing the kickoffs for the Rams. He has teamed the ball up at the 35-yard line. Two return men for the Warriors of East Stroudsburg, Elijah Carroll and Cade Christopher. Carroll standing at the goal line on the near side. Cade Christopher standing at about the 5, 6, 7-yard line on the far side of the field. 9 minutes after 12 o'clock on a homecoming Saturday in Shepherdstown, West Virginia, Sam Collins approaches it, and we are underway. Carroll going to start the return. He takes it a foot into the end zone. He's across the 10-yard line to the 15, has blockers out in front. He's across the 25 to the 30, pinballing his way to the 31-yard line before being taken down, and that is where East Stroudsburg will start with the football.
That was DeMarcus Butler in there on the tackle, the 6'3", 170-pound junior. Making a nice stop there on special teams. Looked like the ball carrier had a little bit more room to roam, but a good tackle. But East Stroudsburg setting up with pretty good field position. And you don't need to adjust your screens. Yes, that right tackle is that large of a human being.
He's only 6'8", 4'10".
4'10", so curious to see who's going to have the opportunity to line up over top of that man.
McTaggart, the shotgun of Janie Walker, is to his left. Two receivers at the far side of the formation. Walker going to get the carry. He goes right up the gut and stopped immediately. Maybe a gain of 1, but not much more. Strong start for the front seven of Shepherd.
That time, Nathan Muley in on the tackle, and he's just been having a whale of a season. Coming into today's game, 39 tackles, 27 of those solo, 7.5 tackles for loss, including 5 sacks, a forced fumble, fumble recovery, a pass block. And I like how they moved him over to the other side. You don't want to have your best pass rusher occupied by that monster right tackle.
There's a snap, and we see the first run for McTaggart. He breaks a couple of tackles and gets what he needs for the first down. He's going to move the sticks for the first time in this football game. A little zone option with his fullback in the backfield. That time it was Matt Frame. He goes 6 foot, 235 pounds for the redshirt junior. But McTaggart keeping it, getting enough to move the chains.
Yeah, nothing fancy on that play, just a quarterback lead with the running back getting those blocking duties, and again, running behind that big right side of the offensive line of Pat Reynolds and Guy Gilliard.
Yeah, Pat Reynolds, no slouch, 6'4", 315.
Yeah, a lot of beef up front.
Walker back in the backfield with McTaggart. Stands to his left. There's a snap. It's going to be a quick throw to the outside. That one caught behind the line of scrimmage and nowhere to go. On the reception was Jalen Andrews. He fights forward, doesn't get back to the line of scrimmage. It's a loss of 1. 2nd and 11 now for the Warriors.
And Minka in on that tackle did a good job of shedding the block and then getting into the backfield, and that's something that you're going to need those DBs to do. If they're going to use a lot of those quick screens, those corners are going to have to be aggressive in getting off those blocks and making those tackles.
Empty set is 4 receivers bunched to the far side of the formation for East Stroudsburg. 1 to the near side. Now bring 2 in motion. 2 on the far side now. 3 to this near side still. An empty set for McTaggart. Awaiting the 2nd and 11 snap ball at the 41-yard line. There is the snap and a throw to the near side. Looks like it hit the turf. It did. Incomplete. Intended target on this near side was Randy Pfizer, the 6 foot, 185-pound redshirt senior receiver. 3rd down, 3rd and long. Coming up for the Warriors.
And that was a difficult pass attempt that time by McTaggart on that opposite hash, trying to throw that quick comeback to the opponent's sidelines, and just one hops it into the wide receiver, but just trying to move some people around. We talk about some of the communication issues that this Rams defense has had this season. You move and shift people around. You're trying to exploit that issue early on in today's contest.
Frame is the tailback to the right of McTaggart in the backfield. 2 receivers each side of the formation. McTaggart takes a snap, looking left. Now looking over the middle, he's going to roll to his left, looking for running room. He gets to the 45 before pushed out of bounds right around the 46, 47-yard line. Not nearly enough of what he needs. And it looks like East Stroudsburg is going to send the punt team on. A third down stop, and Shepherd going to get the football.
And hats off to Jalen Edwards on that play, doing a good job of coming off of that right edge of the defense, supplying some pressure. Looked like he should have been able to draw the holding penalty on that play. Didn't get that, but he did enough to make McTaggart get out of that pocket and get on his horse and try to get outside. And then the Rams defense did a good job of rallying to the ball carrier and forcing him out of bounds and putting the Warriors into a early punting situation.
Redshirt freshman punter Adam Knoll on to punt it away. Batten stands back at the 10-yard line, a short bouncer. Bounces at the 15, rolling back inside the 10. Takes a Warrior bounce now inside the 5 and down right around the 2 or 3-yard line. It can't get much better on the punt by the redshirt freshman Knoll.
And the long snap looked like it was hanging in the air. That might be something that we can keep an eye on in today's game, because I'm sure the special teams coaches for Shepherd, they're going to make note of that, and they might start dialing up a little bit of pressure on these punt attempts if that long snap is going to take that long to get back there, and then the punter shoots kind of a line drive down there to the field. Looked like it may have had a funny bounce and came close to touching a Shepherd player, but now this Rams offense having to set up shop in the shadow of their own goal line.
The 3-yard line is where the football stopped rolling. That's where Shepherd's first offensive drive of the day will begin. Shotgun formation, and Mike Hardaway, I'm sure not real happy. He's taking the first snap of the game, standing 3 yards deep in his own end zone. Barnett behind him. A flag comes in. Barnett gets the carry off this left side, gets to the 5-yard line, carrying a handful of tacklers with him to the 6 where that flag came in. We'll see if it's a formation or if somebody lined up in the neutral zone.
That's what I'm thinking. Maybe one of the defenders maybe jumped off sides, got pulled off by the hard count.
And Shepherd would love getting a free 5 here.
Yeah,
offsides, that's what it is. So Shepherd will get out to the 8-yard line, give him a little breathing room, not much, but much better than taking another snap standing in your own end zone.
And Hardaway doing a good job of using his cadence to get that defense offsides. You realize those guys are going to be keyed up, having that opportunity to get a safety. Take advantage of it. Use that hard count, give your offense a little bit of breathing room, and you still have a full set of downs to get this first down.
The 58th penalty on the season for East Stroudsburg, now 557 yards on those penalties. There's the 1st and 5 snap. The give once again is to Barnett. He takes this one right up the middle once again, carrying defenders on his way to a first down.
And Jordan Barnett has just been having a whale of a season, averaging 7.4 yards a carry coming into today's game, 11 touchdowns on the year, also add in 9 catches for 63 yards, and he is just a punishing ball carrier, breaking tackles. It's usually more than one defender that has to bring him down, and if you don't have a couple of guys there, oh yeah, he's got the speed to go ahead and break it the distance as well.
Football in the near hash, the 17-yard line on this 1st and 10 snap. Hardaway sends a man in motion. There's a snap to give to Barnett. He starts right, stops, cuts at the middle, now cuts back to the right, looking for blockers, gets a couple. Gain of 3.
We talked
up to the 25-yard line.
We talked about the speed. We talked about the strength on that play. Vision and patience won out. Barnett just doing a good job of letting those big uglies up front do all the dirty work, and then he was able to use that vision and find a hole, a gap in that defense, and pick up some quality yards on first down, setting up Shepherd for 2nd and short.
Yeah, my correction, gain of 8 on first down. 2nd down and 2 now for the Rams. Empty set for Hardaway. He's got 2 receivers each side of the formation. He drops back to pass, looking in the middle. That pass caught at the 30-yard line. That's Batten, who's up to the 40 before he's taken down and up for a first down, and then some. First down, Shepherd.
Clean. Important for Shepherd to have success today, trying to slow down that vaunted pass rush of that Warriors defense, and just a clean throw and catch that time, and nothing wrong with a little bit of yak to move those chains.
Gotta love the yak.
Gotta love the yak.
10:15 remaining in the opening quarter. Still tied at 0. Each team 1 possession so far. Shepherd in the midst of that 1 possession. Pistol formation, Barnett behind Hardaway. Barnett gets the carry. He goes right up the middle, lowers his shoulder at the 40-yard line, but nowhere to go with the football. Gets to the 41-yard line, so they'll give him a gain of 1. Brings up 2nd down and long.
And that was Samir Williams in on that tackle. Coming off of a big game last week. Had 7 tackles, 5 of those solo. Also a tackle for loss. Just a very active defense. You see a lot of PSAC honorees on that defense, making plays for East Stroudsburg and powering their very good season so far.
Barnett to the right of Hardaway. Shotgun formation. 2 receivers to each side of the formation. 2nd down and 9, ball at the 41-yard line. Hardaway takes a snap. He's going to drop back to pass. Looking right. Nowhere to go. Dumps it off to Barnett right over the middle. He's up to the 45-yard line. Gets rid of the first couple of tacklers and leans forward up to the 48-yard line. So getting something out of nothing. Gain of 7. Brings up a 3rd and manageable 3rd and 2 coming up for the Rams.
And just a heady play that time by Barnett. You can see he's a little bit tired, looking over to the sideline, tapping his helmet, and those coaches are like, no, sir, get your butt back in the huddle. We're going to ride you all the way down this first drive.
Big 3rd down is obviously the clock not an issue as we're only in the first quarter, but you definitely like to take some time off the clock and really tire out that defensive line for the Warriors. Pistol formation, Barnett is the back. The give is to Barnett. A little hesitation right up the middle. Leans forward and should have enough.
Man, pushed the pile. Just a pile of bodies moving forward, and Barnett is just doing a tremendous job here on this first drive. And that one earned him a break. He said, I got the first down, coach. I'm coming out, and Swinehart checks in. But that's been something that Shepherd has been able to rely on and get a lot of productivity out of both of their running backs. They feed the hot hand, and when one guy gets tired, you bring in somebody else. And the skill set is similar, but they also bring a unique aspect to the offense as well. And Swinehart, very good with catching the ball out of the backfield.
Barnett got just what he needed. The give is to Swinehart now out of the pistol. He goes to the right, falls forward for a gain of a couple. They'll give him 2. 2nd down and 8 now for Shepherd. And an emphasis on running the football early. No surprise, Shepherd has run the football very well this year. 218 attempts coming in, about 155 yards a game, and busting it about 5 yards a carry.
And they do it in a variety of ways. They have success in a variety of ways. Not only do they get those hard yards in between the tackles, but like we mentioned, also have that ability to hit the home run through the run game. So it's really not a conservative approach when you factor in that aspect of it.
Play action pass. Hardaway looking left, nowhere to go. That one batted down at the line of scrimmage. He was looking for Swinehart out of the backfield. The ball never got there. Batted down on the
Morris Stephanie getting his big paw in there, knocking that ball down. And you could tell Hardaway wanted to go to the double move on this near side sideline, but East Stroudsburg doing a good job of keeping that coverage over the top, and Hardaway trying to go to the check down, and that's when the big D lineman was able to get in there and affect the pass.
Stephanie goes 6'3", 280 pounds, the redshirt freshman from Brooklyn, New York. 3rd down and long, 3rd down and 8. Swinehart stays in the game at tailback. He's to the right of Hardaway, shotgun formation. Hardaway takes a snap, looking over the middle. That one caught right near the sticks, but looks like Lanza is going to be about 2 yards short. And at this area of the field, it would not surprise me if the Ram offense stays out.
You're in that part of the field where there is a decision to be made. If you're thinking it's going to be a nip and tuck game, you see the punt team coming on, you try to pin them deep, much the way East Stroudsburg did to Shepherd, and you try to play a field position battle, put them on their own goal line, and you never know, a funny bounce, you might be able to get the ball back with pretty good field position.
It was a gain of 6 on the reception for Case, and Lanza tried to fight his way forward. Ended up getting another yard or 2, but not what he needed as Deshaun Alexander stands at his own 44-yard line. Gets the ball and now sends a high end-over-end kick that bounces inside the 10, rolling back towards the goal line and gets into the end zone. The coverage team just not able to get down there quick enough. It's a touchback.
Will Ennis was closing in, but the ball ran away from him on that play. And again, I think it's a good decision. Nip and tuck type of game. There's no reason to gamble this early on and really put yourself in a hole. So make the safe play and punt the ball away.
Penalty flag on the far side of the field.
I think it was a sideline interference call on that play. Again, that's a very shallow sideline over there for Shepherd. So you got those big bodies over there in the close space. When that referee's trailing down after the play, if he bumps into somebody, you're going to see laundry on the field.
So the warning early in this one, the first quarter, 6:28 remaining in the opening quarter. Second offensive drive of the day for East Stroudsburg. 2 receivers to the near side of the formation, 1 to the far side. Now 1 goes in motion. McTaggart in the shotgun awaiting the snap. He gets it. Play action pass, looking right, nowhere to go. He's going to step up in the pocket, and he's taken down.
Good defense that time. That was a coverage sack. Awesome job in the back end by Batten. And also, who was that was out there? Reggie Snowden did a good job of taking that wide receiver away. McTaggart, he looked at him the entire way. And the Shepherd defense, you could certainly see that they did their film study because they were all over it on that play. Good job of that defensive front.
Jack Baxter on the sack for the Rams. Loss of about a half yard, maybe even less. Second down and 10 is what's listed on the scoreboard here. McTaggart back to pass again, looking at this near side. That one caught right at the sticks. Jalen Andrews on the reception, and that's enough for a first down, Warriors.
And Andrews coming off of a good game last week. He was quite productive, 4 catches for 39 yards. And coming into today's contest, 26 catches for 435 yards and 3 touchdowns on the season, so one of their top targets. And you see why that Shepherd secondary giving him a lot of respect. Just don't want to get beat deep by his speed and athleticism.
And that's a heck of a route. I mean, knowing where the sticks are, that out route, the sharp cut, right at the line to gain. Sharp route for the 6'2", 185-pound sophomore. Shotgun formation, Walker is the running back to the right of McTaggart. McTaggart takes a snap. He's going to drop back to pass again. Looking left, stepping up in the pocket. Hit as he throws, and a acrobatic catch going up to get it once again. It's Jalen Andrews and another first down, Warriors.
And Andrews, much larger role this year. You look back to last year, only participated in 6 games, more of a backup special teams type of guy, but now that he's getting more snaps on that offense, you can see that production has matched his playing time.
Ball the 45-yard line. East Stroudsburg still in their own territory. Frame is the running back, the 6-foot fullback. To the right of McTaggart in the shotgun formation. 3 receivers to the right of the formation, 1 to the far side. Little zone option. McTaggart keeps it, and he's going to lose a couple of the Ram defense right there for the stop. A loss of 3 on the play.
And they fake it to the big fullback. I don't think the Ram defense is going to be too worried about the fullback trying to get out on the edge. I think the mentality coming into today's game is make McTaggart give up the ball. I think you're going to be okay with one of those other running backs hurting you, but you don't want McTaggart to get comfortable in that run game because that's really going to open up the East Stroudsburg offense.
Second down and a long 12, short 13. Once again, the shotgun look for McTaggart. He drops back to pass, looking over the middle. He's got a man in Ram territory. Sliding and making the catch is wide receiver Cam Birdie, 6-foot redshirt sophomore. First time we called his name today, going down to the turf to get that one. And a first down, East Stroudsburg. They're into Ram territory.
And Birdie just doing a good job of getting in right behind the linebackers, but right in front of the safeties. You saw Wimberly and Batten right there on the spot, but just a good route to be able to get into that soft spot of the zone.
Birdie's 9th reception on the season. McTaggart going to take it, a quarterback draw right off the get-go. Leans forward. Gain of about 3 on the play. That was a quarterback keeper designed off the snap.
Yeah, nothing fancy. They have the fullback in the backfield. He's the only back there. And McTaggart likes to run behind his big fullback, and I don't blame him. He's a guy that brings a load, a tremendous lead block. Doesn't do so much in the run game, but is a very accomplished receiver out of the backfield in his own right. Coming into today's contest, has 8 catches for 46 yards. Doesn't run the ball too much, but does his, earns his keep blocking and catching balls out of the backfield.
Walker back in at tailback. Receiver comes in motion. Ball by McTaggart goes off of his shoulder pads. It's down. It looks like Shepherd was able to fall on top of it, waiting for the signal from our referee, but it certainly looks like Ram football.
Fluke.
And it is.
Fluke comes in. He's been a guy that's had a nose for the ball all year long, and just a weird snap. It looked like it was right where the quarterback needed it, but he was distracted by something over there on that defensive side of the ball, and just that momentary lapse. And now Shepherd has forced that turnover. You knew that was going to be key in today's game. Let's see if they're able to make something happen off of it.
You could see McTaggart's helmet looking a little bit to the right when that ball came back. You saw it quickly jerk back straight as that ball was coming back, went right through his hands, hit the chest plate on his shoulder pads, and a big turnover for the Rams.
You see this pressure early on by that Rams defense, putting some thoughts in the back of mind of McTaggart, and that time it pays dividends.
Shepherd football ball thrown, 41-yard line. Much better starting field position than their first offensive possession. The give is to Barnett. He comes to the near side. Gain of 3 on the play. Gets up to the 44-yard line. 2nd down and 7 coming up for the Rams.
And so far, this Rams defense has been up to the challenge, forcing pretty much a 3-and-out on that first drive and now forcing a turnover on that last drive. Let's see if this Rams offense can, put a little distance between themselves and the Warriors, put some points on the board here with this possession.
3 receivers to the far side of the field, one tight end to the near side. The give is to Barnett. He goes to the right, crossing midfield into Warrior territory right near the sticks. Looks like he will have enough, and he will. It's a first down, Shepherd. And Jordan Barnett hitting the hole quickly right there. No hesitation needed for big number 0 out of the backfield.
And this Rams offensive line, you can tell that they've taken this game personally, doing a great job early on.
Little pace here as Barnett gets it again. Lowers his shoulder for a gain of 8 on first down. And the Jordan Barnett show on this drive so far.
Hey, the Rams realize they're going to be in a dogfight today, so you want to be the one to throw that first punch, and then you just want to keep throwing punches. And this Rams offensive line doing a great job of setting the tone today. We knew that they were really going to be tested as far as pass coverage, but right now they're just imposing their will in the run game with the Jordan Barnett rumbling behind them.
This is where their possession stopped the last time they had the football. Stopped on 3rd down after reception by Kaysen Lanza. 2nd down and 2 now for the Shepherd offense. There's the snap to give to Barnett. This one right up the middle. That's a first down and a few more. Gets inside the 40 down to the 37-yard line. First down, Shepherd.
That time, Everett Dingle having to come up to make the tackle. And if he doesn't make that tackle, Jordan Barnett is still running. And it's just a nice combination of just skill and ability for Barnett. We mentioned the vision, the patience. Not only does he have the speed, he also has the strength and just has that big play potential every time the ball's in his hands.
Certainly seems to be playing with a lot of confidence
Absolutely.
today. The whole Ram team seems to be playing with a lot of confidence in today's game. There's the snap. The give is to Swinehart. Shepherd going to run the football. As Swinehart inside the 30 down to the 28-yard line. You got to think the big guys up front are loving this.
Man, they
5,
are
6, 7 yards a clip.
Yeah, I mean, Swinehart wasn't touched until he was about 7 yards down the field. They are just moving people off the ball. You see, East Stroudsburg like, hey, fellas, we got to call a timeout and talk about this.
No timeout. The clock hits 0 on the score.
Okay.
We're through one quarter here at Ram Stadium, still tied at 0. This is Shepherd Ram football on TV 10.
This is Cody with Cody's Auto Body. The stories are on the way. Reliving glory days, the injury that prevented stardom, or the inevitable, I even could have made that play. With football season comes a lot of delusion of greatness. Well, no one believes you would have made it in the big leagues. Let's at least make them think you're a good driver. Bring that vehicle to me and I will make it the pride of the parking lot at every game. I'm Cody with Cody's Auto Body, the MVP of your season. That's Cody's with a T for trust.
Providing reliable protection since 1877, we are Farmers and Mechanic Insurance Companies. For over a century, we have been dedicated to provide dependable insurance protection and excellent customer service. We specialize in auto, home, farm, and business insurance. Our products are backed with personal, hands-on service. You can trust us to protect what matters most to you. For all of your insurance needs, there's Farmers and Mechanics Insurance Companies.
Welcome back into Ram Stadium. We are tied at 0 after one quarter of play, but Shepherd driving and running the football well so far, Travis.
Man, you're giving the ball to Barnett, and he's just been having an incredible season. Like we mentioned, 11 touchdowns on the year, and just can help your running game in just a variety of ways. He can wear down the defense with the hard nose, pounding runs up the middle, but you get him off the edge, and he can also make some plays for you and break some long runs, and no reason to get fancy about it. Feed the hot hand, and he has certainly been that so far today.
Our first quarter of today's game was brought to you by Hagerstown Ford, revolutionizing the car buying experience. Visit them at HagerstownFord.com. 2nd down and 1, ball at the 24-yard line. Shepherd in East Stroudsburg territory. Shotgun snap to give is to Swinehart. He has stood up right around the line of scrimmage, and maybe even a loss of a couple on that one, waiting to see where that football is set.
That was a hard tackle that time by linebacker Mason Smith, the 6'2", 220-pound redshirt sophomore. Had a good game last week. 4 tackles, 3 of those solo, 1 tackle for a loss, and he popped Swinehart on that play.
They will give him the line of scrimmage. It'll bring up a 3rd down and 1. Ball at the 7.5-yard line. Power pistol look here with Swinehart as the back three receivers to the far side. They give us a Swinehart right up the middle and falls forward. That's enough for a first down. Shepherd.
Shepherd using that tight end and wing look. And all they do, just fold inside. You have one guy. Normally when you have that look, the first guy's going to be the kick-out block, and then that trailer is going to be the guy that pulls and loads up to the linebacker. But that time looked like they both folded up into the line, just kind of almost like a lead block for the running back, and Swinehart was able to do the rest to move the chains.
What you got to love about the Shepherd running game today, too, it's nothing fancy. It's between the tackles.
It's quick.
Yeah, they're saying, hey, stop it. We're going to run right at you.
Quick hitting, nothing slow developing, just getting after it.
Hardaway drops back to pass, looking left. The ball tipped again at the line of scrimmage. We've seen now twice in 2 drives. The defensive lineman for East Stroudsburg doing a good job of getting those big paws up and balls down at the line of scrimmage. Hardaway not able to get into a rhythm. He hasn't really had to yet with the way they've been running the football, but has not been able to find a receiver yet in this game other than Barnett on a little dump off right over the middle.
And I think that batted pass was probably the best case scenario for Hardaway, because if that pass was thrown and made it over the line of scrimmage, those defenders would have had a chance to make a play on it. There was tight coverage behind that batted pass.
Yeah, a couple of white jerseys in the path of that football.
Yeah,
no
they
doubt
did him a
about it.
favor on that play.
Swinehart is the tailback, 3 receivers to the far side of the formation. Play action pass, quick swing out to Batten. He gets inside the 25-yard line down to the 24. Short gain of a couple on the play brings up a 3rd down and long.
You see Shepherd, they had a couple wide receivers out there to block, but it was a numbers game. East Stroudsburg had more guys out there to make the tackle, so Batten was not able to shake loose and get any type of yards after the catch. You see East Stroudsburg showing a lot of respect to this Shepherd wide receiving core.
3rd down and 8, ball at the 23. Shotgun snap. He gave us a Swinehart waiting for blockers to set it up on the left side. And a good gain on 3rd down. He's going to be a few yards short. And with the Shepherd kicking struggles and the way they're moving the ball offensively, I know I've said it twice now already, it would not surprise me if the Ram offense stays on the field.
And you mentioned it, just a patient run that time by Swinehart. And it was just a blue wall pushing those defenders down the field. You see these Shepherd running backs, they're getting 5 and 6 yards down the field before the first defender even has a chance to make a play on them.
It's a 4th down and 1. The ball's at the 16-yard line. Shepherd's offense stays on the field. Kind of surprised Barnett is not in the game. They're going with Swinehart at tailback. Jumbo said as a couple of tight ends come in. They give us a Swinehart at the middle. He's got it, and a couple more as he gets down to the 10-yard line. 1st down, Shepherd.
Shepherd hasn't had a lot of success this season on 4th down conversions, but that most recent conversion improves them to 4 and 14 on the year. And again, that offensive line, you could tell that they have taken today's game personally, and they have shown it out there on the field. They are imposing their will here early on, and some hard running between Swinehart and Barnett.
They'll say Swinehart's knee went down at the 11, so Shepherd can get a 1st down without finding the end zone. 1st down and 10. 2 receivers to the near side of the formation, 1 to the far side. Shotgun formation for the Ram offense. Swinehart to the left of Hardaway in the shotgun formation. Little play action, a quick swing out. It's Malachi Brown. He catches it behind the line. He's inside the 10 to the 5, into the end zone. It's a Shepherd touchdown. Malachi Brown on the quick screen going up this near side, takes it in from 11 yards out, and Shepherd leads East Stroudsburg 6-0.
Great job that time by Brown, making somebody miss, but you also got to give credit to Jaden Ashby. Did a good job of blocking out there for his teammate, and that's something. You want a successful football team, everybody wants to make the big play, but who's going to be the guy that's going to go out there and make that extra block, that's going to do something extra that doesn't show up in the stat sheet to make sure your team was the guy on that play. Big block that time to free up Brown for the touchdown.
Baker on for the extra point. The lefty's kick is up, and it is good. 11:30 remaining in quarter number 2. Shepherd takes the lead over East Stroudsburg, 7-0. This is Shepherd Ram football on TV 10.
Nothing goes better with football than chicken. From Pee Wee to the big boys to the wing T formation. Oh my, fumbling, bumbling, stumbling. Rocks Local Market.
Fort Evans Archery of Inwood is your local full-service archery pro shop with sales and setup, maintenance, repairs, and sight-ins. Fort Evans Archery is a full stocking dealer for all your favorites like Hoyt, Matthews, Elite, Bowtech, Mission, and Bear, with crossbows from Raven, 10-point, Barnett, and Excalibur. And Fort Evans Archery has a sight range out to 60 yards. Fort Evans Archery, 998 Ardenelville Road, Suite 2, Inwood, open Tuesday to Friday, 10 a.m. until 6, Saturdays 9:30 to 4. FortEvansArchery.com.
7-0 your scores. We have 11:30 remaining before halftime. Shepherd leading the visiting Warriors from East Stroudsburg. It was an 11-yard catch and run on a screen by Malachi Brown, putting the Rams on top and seeing our first touchdown of the ball game. Sam Collins on for the kickoff. It is Elijah Carroll and Cade Christopher, the two return men for the Warriors. That is Carroll, who catches the ball at the 1-yard line. He's going to go up the far side of the field, crosses the 15 to the 20, taken down in between the 15 and 20, and ball is loose. I think they're going to say he was down by contact. The ball came out late, but down by contact inside the 25-yard line, so good coverage for the Rams. East Stroudsburg with the football back.
Donovan Phillips was the man flying down the field, fighting off blockers to make that tackle and trying to force that fumble, and this Rams special teams unit trying to make some plays and possibly get the ball back, but like we mentioned, the ball was said that it was down. But again, good tackle on that play. Don't want to give up anything big on special teams, especially the way your defense has been playing and the offense has been taking care of business as well. So right now, Shepherd clicking in all three phases of the game.
First down and 10 for the Warriors. Ball at the 23-yard line. McTaggart in the shotgun formation. Sends Crawford out to the right by himself now in the shotgun. Looking to the left, they set up the screen over the middle and through the hands of the intended target. That was Bo Heiser, the intended target across the middle. Went through his hands. Ball a little high, but certainly a catchable football. Now second down and 10 for East Stroudsburg.
And Heiser, the big tight end, 6'1", 240, senior from Lancaster, PA.
That last scoring drive for Shepherd brought to you by Senate Finance Chair Jason Barrett. It was a 12-play, 59-yard drive, taking 6 minutes and 3 seconds off the clock. Capped off by the 11-yard catch-and-run touchdown for Malachi Brown from Mike Hardyway. McTaggart takes the shotgun snap, looking left, fires deep down this near side. He's got a man open, but almost intercepted. Ball underthrown and coming over the top was Minka, but not able to bring it in, and he is going to kick himself for that one. Look more like it got there. McTaggart certainly looked like he put enough on that football. It was Pfizer the intended target down this near side, but underthrown and coming over. Minka just not able to make the catch.
And great instincts to break on the ball because it looked like the wide receiver was running free on that sideline. Minka trusting his instincts, turns around in time, does everything right except bring in the football. But a lucky break that time by the Rams defense, even though they didn't come up with the turnover.
And a lucky break, you can say, for East Stroudsburg as well. Third down and 10. McTaggart by himself in the shotgun formation. He drops back, looking over the middle. Now going to roll to his right. He can run if he needs to. He's going to take it himself and nowhere to go. And ball is loose, but an offensive lineman falls on it inside the 20. You said it. Mekhi Young with the big hit on the quarterback, McTaggart. Fourth down, and Shepherd is going to get the football back.
Man, oh man, that was a blast double leg that time by Mekhi Young, taking down the quarterback, and McTaggart having a difficult time setting up shop in the backfield. That Rams defense doing a good job of getting pressure. Not only that, they're getting pressure without having to blitz.
You and I have watched Shepherd all year. Does it seem like they have a little bit more spunk today?
Yeah,
a little more.
Yeah.
They seem fired up, especially on the defensive side of the football.
They got some nasty today.
No one to punt it away. He stands at his own 5-yard line. It's Batten who stands at the 40. We all know that Batten is able to return one to the house. A low line drive, end-over-end kick bounces. Batten going to take it to the 35-yard line. He's across the 40, pushed out of bounds as he gets past the 40 up to the 43-yard line. So Shepherd, good field position again. And when those guys in blue and gold are fired up down there, certainly makes our job a lot more fun as we get fired up here as well.
Absolutely. And this is a playoff atmosphere.
Yes.
Right here. There's no doubt about it. It's perfect weather, beautiful day for football. You have both teams with a lot on the line, a lot to prove, and you can certainly feel it here in the press box.
Shepherd looking to play a little upset today in more ways than one. We'll get into that as the game goes on. First down and 10. Ball at the 43-yard line. Hardaway shotgun formation. He takes a snap to give his to Barnett. Barnett running his feet, gets a gain of 2. An impressive run considering he was hit at the line of scrimmage. We talk about playing upset, and for East Stroudsburg, their next game at Kutztown, if they get a win today and were to beat Kutztown next week, they would all but wrap up the PSAC East. So if East Stroudsburg's able to get the win today, Kutztown's able to get the win today, it basically sets up a PSAC East championship next week. So Shepherd trying to play the role of spoiler.
Absolutely.
To make sure that game is just another game on the schedule next week. Receivers stacked on top of each other on each side of the formation. Hardaway drops back to pass. Fires to this near side. It's caught by Ashby as he gets into Warrior territory. Taken down. Looks like about a half-yard short of the line to gain. It is third down, but a third down and very manageable. 3rd down and 1 for the Rams coming up.
And a quiet game last week for Ashby. 2 catches, 15 yards, but he does so many things well. He's a tremendous route runner, great hands, and like we mentioned on that first touchdown for Shepherd today, did a good job of blocking. So he helps out this offense in a variety of ways.
3rd down and 1. Barnett is the tailback. Pistol formation behind the quarterback, Hardaway. Brown goes in motion to the far side. Nobody on this near side. There's the snap to give his to Barnett. He's got the first down and more. A good hole up the middle. Carrying tacklers inside the 40 down to the 36. First down, Shepherd.
Shepherd using a fullback on that play. Big Mason Miller out there. They have him listed as a linebacker. I'm sure in high school he probably pulled double duty, so not out of character for him to be a good lead block on that play. And that time Barnett able to get through the hole. And this Rams offensive line, man, oh man, they are putting this stamp on the game so far.
Fresh set of downs as we are under 8 to play in the first half here at Rams Stadium. Pistol formation, 2 receivers to the far side of the formation. Hardaway takes that first down snap to give his to Barnett. Once again, right up the middle. Inside the 35 down to the 34. Gain of 3 on first down. 2nd down and 7 coming up.
And just an inside zone run that time that Barnett is so effective at. And again, Mason Miller in there. He's that backside scoop out block, so that gives that running back the option. If the play's not there in the middle, that's going to give him a cutback lane on the edge. But Barnett just able to plow ahead and get some hard-earned yards on first down.
We know he likes those cutback lanes a little bit. Barnett is the tailback to the right of Hardaway in the shotgun formation. Ashby, the lone receiver, to the right. Brown and Batten to the left. Hardaway drops back to pass, finds Barnett out of the backfield and nowhere to go. Doesn't even get back to the line of scrimmage. It's going to be a loss of 2 on the reception. Brings up a 3rd down and long. 3rd down and 9 coming up for the Rams.
And that was Samir Miller. And on that tackle, the 6', 250-pound grad student. Coming into today's game, 31 tackles on the year, 21 of those solo, also 2 tackles for a loss, and a fumble recovery. Like we mentioned, a very active defensive unit for East Stroudsburg. But right now, early on, you're seeing a lot of hands on hips. And I think that was the goal for this Rams offense is like, we need to take some of the starch out of these guys early on, pound the ball, and don't let them use that athleticism and start disrupting things.
Swinehart the back next to Hardaway, 3 receivers to the far side of the formation. The tight end Lanza to this near side. Hardaway drops back to pass across middle. He has Lanza inside the 30, taken down at the 27-yard line. We'll see where they spot the football. And that's short of the line to gain. 4th down coming up for Shepherd. And that offense quickly getting back on the ball. They're going to stay. Some substitutions quickly as East Stroudsburg not set. The give is to Swinehart. He's got enough for the first down and more as he gets inside the 20-yard line. First down, Shepherd. 2 for 2 on 4th down conversions in this first half.
As East Stroudsburg did not call a timeout on that play. They were caught completely out of position on that.
Ball at the 19-yard line. Shepherd again quickly back to the football and showing a little tempo to see if they can find a hole somewhere. The give is to Swinehart. He took it up the middle for a gain of maybe 1. Brings up 2nd down and long, and now Shepherd going to slow it back down a little bit.
And you can see Shepherd, they're doing it in a variety of ways. They'll go no huddle right from the line, and then they'll take their time, go to a huddle. So you like the way the Shepherd offense is just throwing a lot of change-ups out there to keep that defense off balance.
2nd down and 9. Ball at the 18-yard line. Zion Grantham, first time we called his name today. He's in as the back next to Hardaway. Ashby by himself to the left. Hardaway back to pass, looking for Grantham, finds him out of the backfield. Grantham gets down to the 15-yard line, and we hear a whistle. They
The
will
referee
say he
blew it
was
dead.
Yeah, he didn't look like he bounced off the defender, but the referee going to say he was down at the 15 line, so it'll go down as a gain of 4 and bring up a 3rd and medium, 3rd and 5 for the Rams.
And Grantham, usually we don't see him this early in the game, but making the most of his opportunity, getting a nice catch out of the backfield, and that was something I want to go back and look at the replay on that one. I don't know if his knee touched the ground.
3rd down and 5. Ball at the 15-yard line. Grantham makes his way to the sideline as Swinehart at the back next to Hardaway. Hardaway drops back to pass, looking left, nowhere to go. Flushed out to his right, going to fire into the end zone. There's a couple of men there, and who came down with it? Nobody. The referee going to say incomplete.
And Hardaway trying to throw up a jump ball to his receiver on that play, just giving him an opportunity to make a play on the ball, but the defense did a good job of nearly coming up with the interception. That was Malachi Bowman in on the coverage, the 5'10", 175-pound redshirt senior.
4th and 6, going to bring on the field goal unit. We'll see if Baker can make it a 10-point advantage. 32-yard attempt. Ball on the near hash. 4:01 remaining in quarter number 2. The snap, the hold, the kick is up, and that one is through. Up and good on the field goal for Keith Baker. 3:58 remaining in quarter number 2. Shepherd leads East Stroudsburg 10-0. This is Shepherd Ram football on TV 10.
Remember all the sports we played when we were kids?
Oh yeah, swimming, tennis, basketball,
Football, soccer, track. I loved winning.
I still do.
Our competitive spirit is still going strong.
But now we use it to win for our clients. If you've been hurt in almost heaven,
call the Sevens, 304-777-7777.
SkinnerWins.com.
The Palace Lounge in Martinsburg is the place to be. Join us every night to relax and enjoy football or basketball games featuring either the Martinsburg Bulldogs, Shepherd University Rams, or West Virginia Mountaineers. We will have steak night every Wednesday, trip nights every Thursday, and now taco and margarita nights every Tuesday. You can find us on Facebook or call 304-267-7520. The Palace Lounge is located at 1350 Edwin Miller Boulevard in Martinsburg.
Shepherd leads 10-0. A field goal for Keith Baker, giving them a double-digit lead as Sam Collins on for the ensuing kickoff. Carroll and Christopher back. It's going to be Carroll who catches at the 9-yard line. He's across the 15 to the 20 on the far side, now crossing the 25 to the 30 before he's taken down right at the 30-yard line. 3:51 remaining in quarter number 2, and not counting our chickens here, Travis, by any stretch of the imagination, but if they can get a stop here, meaning Shepherd's defense, they do get the ball back to start the second half. So an opportunity here to really kind of put their foot down and keep the control of this football game, because so far, East Stroudsburg, nothing really to write home about.
Not at all. The momentum has been squarely on the sidelines of the Shepherd Rams, and like you mentioned, right now, Shepherd having an opportunity to take a stranglehold on this game if they're able to go out there and have another defensive stop, and they have done a good job of just harassing McTaggart, forcing him off of his platform, getting him on the run. He is comfortable running, but not throwing and running, and the Rams have been able to exploit that.
McTaggart in the shotgun formation. Deontay Crawford to his right. There is the snap. The give is to Crawford. He goes to the left side before cutting back up the middle. And a good gain on first down as he gets about 5. 2nd down and 5 coming up for the Warriors.
And that's been one of the few times that East Stroudsburg has used one of their running backs in the running game. A lot of times the quarterback or their Wildcat quarterback will shoulder most of the load. So that was the first time we saw one of the other runners have an opportunity to do something with the ball in their hands.
2nd down and 5. Crawford stays in the back, this time to the left of McTaggart. He once again gets the ball, this time going to the right. He's got a first down and a couple more. That'll move the chains. 1st down Warriors. And Deontay Crawford showing a little spark. We understand he was injured back this week, his first game back from injury, and showing a fresh set of legs.
And Crawford only played in 5 games so far this year, but averaging just over 4 yards a carry. Also has 3 touchdowns. So the redshirt junior, certainly a big piece to this East Stroudsburg offense.
Under 3 to play in quarter number 2. Crawford stays in at tailback frame. The blocking fullback goes from right to left. The toss is to Crawford, trying to follow his blockers. Does get a gain of a couple up to the 45-yard line. Brings up a 2nd down and medium.
And Batten and a host of tacklers in on that play, also joined by Aiden Willis. And it looked like initially East Stroudsburg had a little something to work with on that play with the big fullback out there trying to seal off that inside pursuit. But again, that Rams defense, so athletic, so fast, and they do a tremendous job of just rallying to the ball carrier.
Walker back in at tailback to the right of McTaggart, shotgun formation. Little power look to the right side. The give is to Walker. Nowhere to go.
Nice.
Stopped at the line of scrimmage.
Nathan
dragged
Muley.
down from behind by Nathan Muley.
Man, because you see East Stroudsburg, they were pulling everybody on that play. They had 2 linemen pulling and the big fullback leading the way. And if they were able to get to their spot, they had an opportunity to make something big. But again, Nathan Muley, what do you do with a guy like that? He can harass you in the passing game, but he's so stout against the run. You try to run away from him, and he has the speed and athleticism to run you down from behind. He is a complete defender up front for that Rams defense.
2 minutes remaining in the first half. We will step aside for just a 30-second break. Back after this, Shepherd leads East Stroudsburg 10-0. This is Shepherd Ram football on TV10. We're back in 30 seconds.
W. Harley Miller Systems understands the need and desire for reliable and affordable smart home solutions. Secure your home with a security system and keep a close eye on your family. Automate your home with a Control4 system and have smart technology work as one. Set daily schedules to control your thermostats. Push a button and set the mood for dinner by dimming lights and playing music, or just sit back and enjoy a movie in your own home theater. Put decades of experience to work for you. Visit us at WHMsystems.com or call 304-350-1931.
Back out of the 2-minute timeout, Shepherd leads East Stroudsburg 10-0. 3rd down and 8 for the Warriors coming up. Ball at the 45-yard line. They're in their own territory. McTaggart in the shotgun formation. Susie, the backup quarterback, and kind of wildcat quarterback, if you will, to his right. There's a play-action pass. McTaggart looking to the right, avoids a sack in the backfield. Now working again up the field to his right, gets to the line of scrimmage, but only a few yards more, falling forward, and Shepherd forcing another 4th down.
And again, Shepherd able to get pressure without having to blitz. And again, they're just able to throw waves of athletes at this East Stroudsburg offense with great success here so far. So you can tell this East Stroudsburg offense, they're kind of caught off guard. They're back on their heels here so far, and the Rams look to keep pressing that advantage.
Timeout on the field taken by Shepherd head coach Ernie McCook. Shepherd's still a lot of time left in this first half, 1 minute and 50 seconds. Left in quarter number 2, and Shepherd will have 2 timeouts left to work with. And a golden opportunity, a 2-for-1 opportunity here for the Ram offense.
And again, of course, you would like to score some type of points going into halftime, but I think the most important thing for this Shepherd offense is just eat up all the time on that clock. Don't give East Stroudsburg a chance to get the ball back here in this half.
I'm greedy. I want 7.
You want 7?
I want 7. I'm an alumni. It's homecoming. I want 7.
I don't blame you.
And with the man getting ready to return this punt, that is a distinct possibility. Batten stands at the 15-yard line. Knoll stands at his own 32. Seen a couple of low snaps so far. This one gets back to Knoll perfectly. He gets it away. A low line drive, spiraling kick bounce at the 22. Return him before Batten. He's across the 20-yard line to the 25, and he steps out of bounds and out of harm's way at the 26-yard line. Minute and 42 left in the first half here in Shepherdstown. Coming up at the halftime break, we will have stats, a scoring recap from the first half. We'll also send it back to Kyler High at the studio. He'll have scores from around the Mountain East Conference, the PSAC, as well as Division I scores of interest as well. All that coming up on the Mansion Ferretti halftime show. But still a lot of football left to play here in Shepherdstown in this first half. 1 minute and 42 on the scoreboard clock to our right and left. Shepherd leading 10-0 with an opportunity for more. Swinehart is the back to the left of Hardyway. Hardyway drops back to pass looking for Lanza. He has him at the 32-yard line, rolling forward and not going down without a fight up to the 35-yard line. And how about that for yards after contact for Kason Lanza?
And again, the Rams just playing with attitude today. You love seeing it.
Gain of 8 at the 35. Swinehart gets the carry off to the left. That's a first down across the 40-yard line up to the 42. First down, Shepherd.
And this Rams offensive line, I mean, they are just manhandling that defensive front for East Stroudsburg. Again, Swinehart several yards down the field before the defense even has a chance to lay a finger on it.
Hardaway waits that snap. He gets it. The give is to Swinehart as he gets to the 45-yard line up to the 46. Gain of a couple, and Shepherd quickly back to the line of scrimmage. We have just about a minute left in this first half. The clock now does hit 60 seconds. Hardaway by himself in the shotgun formation. Looking to the right, a little pump fake. Has to roll to his right, and now just gets rid of it out of bounds. Nowhere to go with the football and didn't want to turn it over with 54 seconds left, especially at this area of the field. Brings up a third down for the Rams.
And you don't want to be late on a hitch route like that, and that was Hardaway. He had that decision. He did a good job of bringing it down, and that's one of the benefits of having a veteran signal caller back there in the pocket, realizing the game situation, didn't have to force it, and sometimes the best option is to just throw it away, live to fight another day.
Nose of the football just shy of the 46-yard line. Second, make that third down and 6. Two receivers to the far side of the formation, one to the near side. Hardaway drops back to pass, looking over the middle. Nowhere to go with the football. Fires in the way of Ashby, and that one deflected. Good job in the secondary. That was Bowman, the 5'10", 175-pound redshirt senior, batting that one to the ground. And Shepherd going to have to punt the football away with 48 seconds left in the first half.
And the East Stroudsburg defense did a good job of tightening up on that play, realizing that teams are going to be concerned about their pass rush, knowing that offenses are going to try to get the ball out of the quarterback's hands quickly. So they were doing a good job of taking away those short options and just making the quarterback hold on to the ball a little bit longer than what he wanted to. And East Stroudsburg getting a big stop here to close out the first half and try to get the ball back to their offense.
We'd love to see Alexander pin them inside the 10 as he gets that snap, and Alexander gets it away. Spiraling kick taken at the 15-yard line, and nowhere to go for the return man. That was Cade Christopher, a redshirt freshman on the return, and nowhere to go after he caught the football. Gets up to right around the 20-yard line with 39.6 seconds left in quarter number 2, and we'll see what the Warriors elect to do offensively on this drive.
And it's nice to see the maturation process of Deshaun Alexander in the punting game. We know he has a big leg, and he can kick the laces off the ball if you give him that opportunity. But as a punter, sometimes you're going to need a little bit more nuance to your game. You're going to have a change-up pitch to your fastball, and you're starting to see Alexander getting more and more comfortable as far as the directional kicks are concerned, or maybe the more of the pooch punts, just trying to use field position to help out his ball club.
Fullback frame is the tailback to the left of McTaggart. McTaggart drops back to pass in the shotgun formation. Looking right, that one tipped up in the air and falls incomplete.
Man, he's had a nose for the ball today and a second near interception, but his instincts are sharp today, doing a good job of breaking on that ball.
Second down and 10 now, 34 seconds remaining before halftime. Shepherd only showing 4 down linemen. 1 receiver to the near side of the formation, 3 to the far side. McTaggart back to pass, looking over the middle, is flush to his left. Now going to take it himself and look for blockers upfield. He's across the 30-yard line and jumping out of bounds right at the 30-yard line, but enough to move the chains. First down, Warriors, 26 seconds left before halftime.
And Jalen Edwards did a good job of getting some pressure on the quarterback. Also Baxter getting into the quarterback's face and forcing McTaggart out of the pocket. And you can see when you get a little bit of pressure in his face, he starts looking at the rush, and he's not so much looking downfield.
And once again, see a spread-out formation of 3 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side. The fullback frame in the backfield. McTaggart just spikes it into the dirt. Nowhere to go with the football. Frame was in the area.
Smart play. When your screen pass gets blown up like that, you like seeing your quarterback just throw it at his feet because there are really not too many options once that screen play. If it's not there, you really can't throw the ball away because then you risk having a penalty for ineligible man downfield. So a heady play that time by the veteran signal caller in Sean McTaggart. And he has had a difficult time settling into a rhythm, in no small part to that pressure that's been in his face consistently so far today.
McTaggart awaits that second down snap. He gets it. Looking over the middle and looking to his right. He's going to go deep over the middle. He's got a man with a step, making the catch at the 25-yard line on the reception. That's number 3.
Evan Roche.
Evan Roche on the reception. First time we game today, and a timeout taken by East Stroudsburg head coach Jimmy Terwilliger.
And you knew Evan Roche was looking to get back into the positive side of things this week. Last week, very quiet. No catches at all. But this is a guy last year that gave Shepherd fits. 3 catches for 44 yards and 2 touchdowns. So surprised that it's been this long to call his name, but you knew that was something that East Stroudsburg was going to look to get back, look to get him involved in the offense again this week.
17 receptions, now 18 on the season at 233 yards coming into the game. Has scored just once. 13 and a half seconds left in quarter number 2. And now Shepherd has gone from, hey, let's try to pitch a shutout in this first quarter or this first half to let's keep him out of the end zone. Looking to hold just a field goal.
And East Stroudsburg, they did a good job. They spread them out using that empty look. So you really don't have too many guys that are freed up to help out somebody else. So then you're able to get that one-on-one matchup. Roche running down the seam versus a safety. And McTaggart doing a good job of hitting his wide receiver in stride. And Shepherd fortunate to get Roche to the ground on that play and making them play out the rest of this first half with only 13 seconds left on the clock.
Second quarter of today's game brought to you by Parsons Ford of Martinsburg, located at 1400 Shepherdstown Road and online at parsonsford.com. First and 10, ball at the 20-yard line, 13 and a half seconds left in the first half. McTaggart, shotgun formation, awaiting the snap. He gets it. Drops back to pass, looking for a fade on the far side, and nobody home. Good defense on the far side of the field by Shepherd.
That time the intended target was Jalen Cook. He's trying to lobby with the referee over there that was pass interference, but nothing doing. Reggie Snowden was in his hip pocket the whole way.
Takes just 4 seconds off the clock. Still 9 seconds left in quarter number 2, so a couple of plays left. 2 timeouts for each team remaining in the first half. McTaggart awaiting the snap, stands at the 25-yard line of the shotgun. Takes that snap, looking left. He's going to fire into the end zone. That one over the head of everybody in the end zone. Had 2 receivers there, but not in the vicinity of any of them. It was Andrews and Roche, the 2 on this near side. And that one takes 5 seconds off the clock, so no choice here but a field goal attempt for East Stroudsburg. Ty Quinto's on for the field goal attempt. This one going to be about a 38-yarder.
So certainly not a gimme, and Shepherd has had success with a big block kick in the season opener. They've had success on special teams, so this is a big play that could go either way.
Shepherd going to ice the kicker a bit, if you will, as both teams going to go to their sideline. Quintos on the year, when we look at field goals, just 5 for 9. So not automatic and not a chip shot from 38 yards out. Again, coming up at the halftime break, we'll have stats and analysis from the first half of this one, and then we'll send it back to Kyler High for our halftime scoreboard show. He will have scores from around Division II, the PSAC, and the Mountain East Conference, as well as Division I scores of interest. Beautiful Saturday afternoon here in Shepherdstown, and never a bad day for college football across the country. Saturdays in the fall just hit a little different, Travis.
Yes, they do. And again, you couldn't draw up better weather for a football game in today's homecoming contest for the Rams. And the Rams defense doing a good job of not letting McTaggart settle into a rhythm. Also, the Rams offense playing into that, doing a good job of ball control, eating up the clock. So when McTaggart is out there on the field, it's a lot of time, a lot of downtime for him on the sideline because the Rams offense is out there taking care of business.
Quintos on for the attempt again from 38 yards out. There is the snap, the hold, the kick is up. It's a low kick, and it is no good. Pulled to the left. Still 1.4 seconds remaining in the first half, but Shepherd, as long as they can take a knee real quick, can get out of this pitching a shutout in the first half. one big play. That's all East Stroudsburg has to really write home about in this first half. And Shepherd, quite frankly, on defense, deserves to go in seeing that 0 on the scoreboard at the halftime.
They've earned it. They've done a great job of getting pressure without having to blitz, making McTaggart pull that ball down. And again, you could see he's seeing the rush. He's not keeping his eyes down the field. And the Rams defense are doing a good job just keeping that pressure on it.
Hardaway just going to sit on it, and the Rams will head into the locker room with a 10-0 lead over the visiting Warriors of East Stroudsburg. A 2-minute break, then we're back to start the Mansion Freddy halftime show. This is Shepherd Ram Football on TV 10.
Beck and Surf Law Offices. 50 years experience. No fees unless we collect money for you. Always here to help you. Any questions? LawPBM.com.
Someone asked me, who's the brains behind Skinner Accident and Injury Lawyers?
And what did you say?
I said it was a team effort. Everyone works together to win for our clients.
Well, that's true and very noble of you.
But I could still beat you in cornhole.
You're on. If you're hurt and almost heaven, dial the 7s. 304-777-7777.
SkinnerWins.com.
This is Eric at Hagerstown Ford. We have been challenged to sell 20 new and used vehicles each and every day for the rest of the year. This means you save thousands. Hagerstown Ford is the largest Ford store on the I-81 corridor, ranked among the top dealerships in the country in sales volume and customer satisfaction. If you are even thinking about buying a new car, now is the time. Visit HagerstownFord.com and choose your new ride, and we will bring it to you. You will sign all the documents from your phone and skip that awful finance process that consumes your entire day in the dealership. Let's recap. Hagerstown Ford must sell 20 vehicles a day. You will sign all the documents from your phone on your time. We will bring your new ride to you, and you're done. It's that easy. If you don't like it, return it. Our return policy is better than Walmart, and our buying experience is better than Amazon. And you save thousands. Hagerstown Ford is the #1 Ford store from Winchester, Virginia to Washington, D.C., from Chambersburg, Pennsylvania to Baltimore, Maryland. Now, we want to be the #1 Ford store in the nation.
Hagerstown Ford, right off Interstate 81, across from the Valley Mall.
Welcome back into Rams Stadium. It's halftime here, homecoming in Shepherdstown. Shepherd leads East Stroudsburg 10-0. Our halftime show brought to you by the Mansion Freddy Law Firm in Martinsburg, where it's about seeking justice for you. Go to wvjusticelawyers.com. And Travis, at least defensively, you cannot write it up any better than what we saw in the first half. A big play that looked like it might lead to some points before halftime for East Stroudsburg. But Shepherd able to hold up, force a longer field goal, and Quintos not able to capture that 38-yard field goal. Shepherd pitched a shutout in that first half, and offensively really just controlling the ground with that running game.
And again, not only are they controlling the ground with that running game, they're controlling the clock with that running game and keeping that East Stroudsburg offense on the sideline, and that's only led to their difficulties as far as getting into a rhythm for the East Stroudsburg offensive unit. And the Rams defense, tremendous job getting pressure with their front four. They're not blitzing and really making McTaggart get out of that pocket. And that was something that the Shepherd defense struggled with early on in the season, is when that quarterback was able to break contain and find somebody breaking loose behind the secondary. No such problems. You can see where this defense has improved over the course of the season. Hats off again to that Shepherd Rams coaching staff, because not only are they getting pressure on the quarterback, they're flushing him out of the backfield, flushing him out of the pocket, but those guys in the secondary are staying disciplined, staying on their assignments, not giving McTaggart any open looks down the field. And again, this Rams defense, Rams offense, all three phases of the game really banging on all cylinders. And right now, a lot of stunned fans on this East Stroudsburg side, not expecting to see a first half turn out the way it has.
You haven't heard the cowbells a whole lot in this first half. That is for sure. It was a scoreless first quarter, and then with 11:40 remaining in quarter number two, is a quick screen from Hardaway to Malachi Brown. He was able to bounce it to the outside, avoid a couple of tackles, and break one at about the 5 before he made his way into the end zone. Extra point up and good by Baker. 7-0 at that point. That capped off a 12-play, 59-yard drive, taking 6 minutes and 3 seconds off the clock. The ensuing possession for Shepherd's offense, they were able to run 11 plays 42 yards, and take 5 minutes and 46 seconds off of the clock. That one, they could not find the end zone, but it was a 32-yard field goal attempt for Keith Baker. That one up and good. And that sums up the scoring summary. 10-0 your score at halftime here at Rams Stadium. The band is on the field entertaining the alumni on hand here for homecoming, and quite a few today is a almost sold-out crowd on that far side. A very good crowd here on hand to support their Shepherd University Rams. All right, we're going to take a timeout on the backside. It'll be Kyler High giving you some scores from around Division II and Division I scores of interest at well. That coming up next on the Halftime Scoreboard Show. Again, at the half, it is your Shepherd Rams leading the Warriors of East Stroudsburg 10-0. This is Shepherd Ram football on TV 10.
When it comes to providing you with a better car buying experience, CMA's Honda of Winchester takes it personally. Why? Because we're employee owned. That makes us neighbors, and good neighbors take care of each other. Come experience the honesty, transparency, and value we provide every customer, every neighbor, each and every day. At CMA's Honda of Winchester, owners just care more about you.
The Palace Lounge in Martinsburg is the place to be. Join us every night to relax and enjoy football or basketball games featuring either the Martinsburg Bulldogs, Shepherd University Rams, or West Virginia Mountaineers. We will have steak night every Wednesday, trip nights every Thursday, and now taco and margarita nights every Tuesday. You can find us on Facebook or call 304-267-7520. The Palace Lounge is located at 1350 Edwin Miller Boulevard in Martinsburg.
You feel that in the air? The precision passes of expletives thrown from a jersey-clad warrior to his TV, his dog, or anyone that'll listen. It's time for tailgating and showing off those parking lot picnics. Just remember, when you come out of the fourth quarter to 5 new dents, remember Cody's Auto Body is your MVP. I can erase those dents, just not the memory of your team's awful record. I'm Cody with Cody's Auto Body. That's Cody's with a T for f***ing trust.
After a car accident, call the local law firm that can give you the help you need right now.
Get more with Manchin Ferretti, the one with 115 years of combined experience fighting for West Virginia accident victims. Get more with Manchin Ferretti,
the one that takes on the big insurance companies.
Get more with Manchin Ferretti. We're Manchin Ferretti.
After a car accident, we'll fight for every dollar you deserve. And if there's no recovery, there's no fee. So call right now.
Get more with Manchin Ferretti. 304-264-8505.
Welcome into the halftime show presented to you by Dignity Memorial, Rosedale Funeral Homes and Cemetery. Attention to detail like no other. Visit dignitymemorial.com. At halftime, Shepherd Rams up 10-0. This is the second game back-to-back that they have pitched a shutout at halftime. Now, to get on with the other PSAC scores of the area. Currently, you had a couple 1 o'clock or 12 o'clock games along with Shepherd's game, that including Edinboro versus Gannon, Bloomsburg versus Millersville, and Kutztown versus Westchester. You also have Lockhaven and Shippensburg. That game just recently kicked off at 1 o'clock. You have two 2 o'clock games, and that's all the games for the PSAC tonight. You have California PA playing Indiana PA, and then Seton Hill versus Clarion. Those 2 games are at 2 o'clock, and then here's some scores for you, making sure there was no updates while the break was going on. Currently, Edinboro, right at halftime, got a touchdown, making it 21-14 over Gannon at Gannon. Bloomsburg and Millersville, close game, 14-10. Kutztown, the number 3 team in the nation for D2 football, currently has the lead 28-0 with 34 seconds left right before halftime. That Bloomsburg game also is just starting in the third quarter as well. Your Shippensburg game versus Lockhaven, that game is 0-0 in the beginning of the first quarter. That's the same as 8:30 left to go. Mountain East Conference, they didn't have any 12 o'clock games. They only had 1 o'clock games and 2 o'clock games, like the back half of the PSAC. With those, you have Fairmont State versus Charleston. That game is 7-0 with Fairmont State getting the lead right there. Glenville State versus West Liberty. That game is tied 0-0 at the first quarter with 8 minutes left to go. And then with 9 minutes left to go in the first quarter, you have Fairmont State versus Wheeling. That game is 14-0. Fairmont State has the lead. Some 2 o'clock games that I can get you some better updates at the post-game show. West Virginia Wesleyan versus Concord University. Another game, you have West Virginia State taking on the number 4 team in the nation, West Virginia State versus University of West Florida. So that game should be very interesting, and a test game for West Virginia State. Some D1 football games. West Virginia, as you might know, does not play until 6 p.m. as it is their Coal Rush game, so it's going to be a nice little night game and a nice visual game. Hopefully, West Virginia can stun some people and get some momentum going and get a win it would be good for a mental thing for all West Virginia fans. Some other D1 schools. Number 16, Virginia, playing UNC and Bill Belichick. They got the 10-3 lead. Virginia is leading that game in the second quarter at the 2-minute timeout. Number 18, South Florida. They are playing Memphis, a bowl-eligible team. 14-7 is your score for South Florida, having the lead in the second quarter with 7 minutes left to go. Another game that is kind of close to give, you have Ole Miss, number 8 Ole Miss versus number 13 Oklahoma. That game is 15-10 with Ole Miss leading against Oklahoma. That game has 5 minutes, 10 seconds left to go in the second quarter. UCLA playing number 2 Indiana. Indiana is dominating that game 28-0 with 8 minutes left to go. And then Georgia Tech, the number 7 team in the nation, playing Syracuse. That game is 10-3 with 7 minutes left to go. Some 3:30 games that I can give you some better updates for at the post-game show. Number 4, Alabama versus South Carolina. BYU versus Iowa State. And number 15, Missouri versus number 10, Vanderbilt. They haven't been ranked number 10 in a very long time, if ever. Some later games that you also have that might be not starting when we do the post-game show. Baylor versus Cincinnati, Oklahoma State versus Texas Tech, Texas versus Missouri State, Wisconsin, Oregon, Stanford, Miami, Michigan State, Texas A&M, number 3 versus 20, LSU, which might be shocking to some people. Tennessee, number 17 team versus Kentucky. And then Houston versus Arizona State. Those games are later on today, all from 4 to 8 o'clock tonight. As I said, WVU football does not play until 6 p.m. tonight against TCU Horned Frogs. At other games in the state of West Virginia you might care about, Marshall does not play this week. Their next game, they play Thursday at Coastal Carolina. JMU doesn't play until Tuesday at Texas State. Liberty doesn't play until November 1st. So, any local games near there? Those are all your local games. The Shippensburg score is 7-0. Shippensburg now has the lead over Lock Haven, and those are all of your scores around the PSAC, Mountain East, and local Division I college football. I've been Kyler High on TV 10 on YouTube and TV. Let's get it back to the second half where Shepherd gets the ball at the start of the second half, and hopefully they can get a dominant going for this game. I've been Kyler High, TV 10, YouTube on TV 10 as well. Have a great day. I'll see you at the postgame show.
Providing reliable protection since 1877, we are Farmers and Mechanic Insurance Companies. For over a century, we have been dedicated to provide dependable insurance protection and excellent customer service. We specialize in auto, home, farm, and business insurance. Our products are backed with personal, hands-on service. You can trust us to protect what matters most to you. For all of your insurance needs, there's Farmers and Mechanics Insurance Companies.
My kids, you know I want the best for you, don't you? We need to have a conversation.
End-of-life planning is no one's favorite discussion, but the relief of having everything in place when the hour of need arrives is a gift. Give it to your family. Plan ahead with us.
Brown Funeral Homes, a leading provider of cremations, invites you to explore the many flexible options of cremation. From environmental considerations to the benefit of greatly reduced cost, it may be the perfect answer for your family. Online at brownfuneralhomeswv.com. Brown Funeral Homes, here for you.
Hello, Jonathan Bodwell, Bodwell Insurance Solutions, your local Medicare insurance agency. We are celebrating our 20th anniversary this year. The Medicare annual enrollment period is here. Medicare plans have changed drastically this year. We are here to help you with a no-charge review of your coverage. Don't get taken advantage of by a call center. Call us at 304-283-0864. Stay local with Bodwell Insurance Solutions.
Breck and Matsurif Law Offices. 50 years experience. No fees unless we collect money for you. Always here to help you. Any questions? lawpbm.com.
Welcome back into Rams Stadium, the Mansion Freddie Law Firm halftime show brought to you by the Mansion Freddie Law Firm in Martinsburg, where it's about seeking justice for you. Go to wvjusticelawyers.com for more. Well, we had an interview with Shepherd head coach Ernie McCook at the halftime. It was Wyatt Pelicano, our sideline reporter, and the interview was powered by Wyatt Pelicano and Financial Growth Partners, where they're about advancing human capital by redefining the intersection between people and money. Now, let's hear from Wyatt as he was down on the field with Shepherd head coach Ernie McCook.
Guys, I'm standing here with Coach McCook. Coach, felt like a lot of complimentary football being played out there. What's the mentality going forward to maintain the lead?
You know what? Our defense is playing lights out. We've got the ball coming out of the halftime. We've got to do a good job, move the ball down, and score. This first possession is going to be really important for us. We got to play another 30 minutes. We played the first 30 minutes. Now we got to play the second 30 minutes.
Absolutely. Thank you, Coach, very much. Good luck.
Couldn't have said it better myself, and we did say a lot of that off the air. We were going, man, this is going to be a really important first possession as Shepherd gets the football back, and could not have used a better phrase if I wanted to than lights out on defense. I could not agree more, Coach McCook. Let's go ahead and take a look at some first half stats brought to you by Hagerstown Ford. Revolutionizing the car buying experience. Go to HagerstownFord.com. Starting with some team stats. For East Stroudsburg, 7 first downs to Shepherd's 11. Rushing yards, 14 carries, just 34 yards for ESU. For Shepherd, 102 yards on 22 carries. Through the air, 92 yards for East Stroudsburg. That's 15 for 12 so far in terms of passes and pass attempts and completions. 10 for 15 for Shepherd, 167 yards of total offense, and Shepherd just 65 of that through the air. Other team stats of interest, penalty yards. East Stroudsburg, 1 penalty for 5 yards. Shepherd, a very clean first half. 0 penalties, 0 yards in time of possession. This is one that Shepherd is going to highlight and go, we got to do this again in the second half. A shade under 19 minutes, 18 minutes and 57 seconds in terms of time of possession for the Rams to just 11 for East Stroudsburg. They have got to keep that up in the second half if they want to beat what is a very good ESU team. 2 for 2 on fourth down conversions are the Rams, and for East Stroudsburg, they have not attempted a fourth down yet. But on third down, 0 for 3 Shepherd, 3 for 8 on the day. And Shepherd, when they have been in the red zone, they have scored both times a field goal and a touchdown. Let's go to some individual stats for this one. And 1 for 3. I think we have a correction, 1 for 3 on third down as Travis getting in my ear saying it was 1 for 3 for East Stroudsburg, not 0 for 3. Back to some individual stats. Sean McTaggart in the first half, 5 for 12, 92 yards. 50 of that coming on that play on the last drive for East Stroudsburg. So other than that, not a whole lot doing through the air. Running the football, McTaggart's added 20 yards on the ground on 8 carries, 3 carries for Deontay Crawford for 14 yards. He's averaging about 4.7 a pop. And Ajani Walker, 3 carries for a net of 0 yards. So not a whole lot doing on the ground either. I think that sums up how well Shepherd's defense has been playing on the day. Jalen Andrews, 3 catches on 4 targets, 76 of the 92 total passing yards for the Warriors. Cam Birdie, 1 catch for 17 yards. And Evan Roche, 1 catch. Actually went backwards. Let's go. -1 yards so far. Individual stats for Shepherd. Running the football. Let's start there. Jordan Barnett, 58 yards. Grant Swinehart, 46 yards. We talk about, maybe Barnett is really becoming the running back number 1. Maybe this isn't quite the two-headed monster we were talking about at the beginning of the year. Not today. It has been a combination of both Swinehart and Barnett really splitting the load. 11 carries for Barnett, 10 for Swinehart, and 58 yards for Barnett, 46 for Swinehart. Both doing a very good job running the football. Through the air, Mike Hardyway, 10 for 15 for 65 yards and a touchdown on the outside. Kason Lanza has caught every ball thrown his way. 3 targets, 3 receptions for 22 yards. Cordell Batten, 2 receptions, 2 targets for 17 yards. And Jordan Barnett has caught a pair out of the backfield for 5 yards, and Malachi Brown, the touchdown through the air. He has been targeted twice, brought in the touchdown reception, his only reception of the first half, and he has the lone touchdown. First half stats brought to you by Hagerstown Ford, revolutionizing the car buying experience. Go to HagerstownFord.com. With about a minute and 50 left before the second half starts, Travis, what are you looking to see from the Rams in this second half?
First and foremost, I think they're going to have to keep their eyes peeled for a possible onside kick. We mentioned how East Stroudsburg kind of had a big team huddle before they went into the locker room at halftime. So you know those coaches are trying to get their guys fired up and get them refocused here for that second half. And no better way than to try to start off with something big, possibly some type of trick play to get things going. So Shepherd, keep an eye out for that trick play on special teams. And again, there's no reason to get fancy about it. Continue to run the ball. None of those slow actions in the backfield. Quick hitters right up the middle. The offensive line has really set the tone for this Rams offense. And like we mentioned, between Swinehart and Barnett, you have 21 carries. So Shepherd is doing a good job. They're not only having production in the run game, they're doing it with the quantity of runs. They are making a concerted effort to keep that ball on the ground, to keep that clock rolling, and more importantly, keep that East Stroudsburg offense on the sidelines. So I think a heavy dose of run here in the second half. Now you might start to see Shepherd. You know you're going to have to make some adjustments. You know East Stroudsburg is going to make theirs. Maybe see some play action passes. Maybe try to slip somebody behind the defense for a big play over the top. But the Rams, if they stick with that run, good things are going to happen. And that Rams offensive line has just been, you talk about the defense playing lights out. That Rams offensive line, they're not too far behind.
No doubt about it. And the Rams defense pitching a shutout in that first half. East Stroudsburg on the season averaging about 17 points in the first half of these ball games. So a very, very high praise for what Shepherd's defense has been able to do today. All right, that's going to wrap up the halftime show brought to you by the Mansion Ferretti Law Firm in Martinsburg, where it's about seeking justice for you. Go to wbjusticelawyers.com for more information. As both teams make their way back onto the field, our second half kickoff is brought to you by the personal injury attorneys Burke, Schultz, Harmon, and Jenkinson. Visit burkeandschultz.com where they play hardball. Ty Quintos on for the kickoff. First time we've called his name for a kickoff today is Brown and Nickens-Azier, the two return men for Shepherd, going to handle their first return of the day. There is the kick, and Nickens-Azier going to retreat back to the goal line. That's where he will start his return. He's across the 5 to the 10 to the 15. Now cutting to the left side, bouncing outside, looking to get out of a tackle. Good open field tackle as he had the 20-yard line and the late flag coming in. There was a tackle high, and it looked like the right side of the jersey up near the shoulder pads coming down. So will that be a horse collar tackle?
Or possibly a face mask, because that was a pretty gnarly stiff arm that he used on the defender. So it could go either way. Oh, okay.
It's going to be a face mask on the kicking team. As you could tell, Nickens-Azier fired up about something when he popped up. And again, I saw the right shoulder of that jersey coming down, so wasn't sure where that hand went, but apparently went to the face mask before it got to the jersey. So let's add a few more yards onto the end of that kick return. That ball up to the 32-yard line. Good field position for the Rams to start their first drive of the second half.
And for East Stroudsburg, you certainly don't want the penalty, but you'll take that because if Nickens-Azier is able to get to that edge, he's probably still running at this point. So, again, you don't want to start off the second half with a penalty, but it was better than the alternative of giving up a big kick return for a touchdown to start the second half.
Couple extra tight ends, a heavy formation here to start. They give his to Barnett up the middle, lowers his shoulder, gain of maybe a yard, but nothing there. They will give him a yard, brings up second down and 9, and a good start, a small sample size of one play, but a good start for East Stroudsburg. They weren't able to do that a whole lot in the first half.
And you see how that Shepherd offense, they really trust Barnett's vision because, like we mentioned, the big tight end look on that backside, they hand the ball off to Barnett on the short side of the formation, trusting that he's going to have that type of vision and patience that if something opens up backside, he's going to be able to locate it. But East Stroudsburg defense was up to the challenge on that first down attempt.
Second down and 9. Brown comes in motion from the far side to the near side. Will play action roll out, looking for Brown, and that one, was he able to haul it in? He was. Catch made about a yard past the sticks. Good route from Malachi Brown. Even better throw by Mike Hardyway. First down, Shepherd.
And what do? Everett Dingle, a very accomplished defender in his own right, was Johnny on the spot but not able to make a play on the ball. Just a good throw where the defender didn't have an opportunity to make the play on the ball, and that's somebody that you don't want to go after too much. Is Everett Dingle, named first team All PSAC East, also first team Super Region last season. A very talented defender.
Shepherd up to the 44-yard line. They gave his to Barnett. Starts in the middle. Now bouncing to the near side. He's in Warrior territory. 35-yard line, 30-yard line before he is taken out of bounds inside the 30. And the best run we've seen today for Jordan Barnett. First down, Shepherd.
Blocks up front once again. Set it up. The Rams offensive line pulling big Caleb Hurd, doing a good job of leading the way, and that gave Barnett just enough to get on the edge, and he's just so hard to bring down. When he's running off tackle, he's just able to get so many yards after contact, and Barnett, again, just doing it in a variety of ways, but just powering this Shepherd Rams offense.
Football right hash, 28-yard line. First down and 10 for the Rams. Swinehart now the back. There is the first down snap. They gave this to Swinehart. He goes right between the tackles. Gain of a couple on the play. And Shepherd's running game continuing to amaze everybody on hand. They've run the football very well this year, but today it seems like a little bit better than most.
Yeah, and the running back that time lined up in the pistol, so a bit of a slower developing play. And you see East Stroudsburg did a good job of rallying quickly to the ball. Shepherd has had a lot of their success so far today running with that running back in that sidecar position.
Gave Swinehart maybe a half yard on that one. Second down and 9. The pitch again is to Swinehart. He's going to the left side inside the 25 before he is stood up at the 23, 22-yard line. Gain of 5 or 6 on the run. Brings up a third and manageable. We talk about Shepherd running the football. They're averaging about 155 yards a game. And they're with 102 yards in the first half. They're pretty darn close to that number already as we're just in the first drive of the third quarter.
See, that Rams offensive staff certainly understood the assignment in today's game. We want to be physical. We want to control the clock and keep that East Stroudsburg offense off of the field. And so far, they have been able to have a lot of success with that formula.
Third down and 4. They gave this to Swinehart. He's got a hole off the right side. Inside the 15. First down, Rams. You could have drove a truck through that hole, Travis.
Oh, man. Again, they bring in the big fullback, Mason Miller. And again, Shepherd, offensive front. We've seen this year after year after year. The Rams offensive line does such a good job with that zone blocking scheme. You have the fullback with that scoop block on the backside, just giving the running back carte blanche to go wherever the hole takes him. And that time, Swinehart makes the right decision and picks up a nice chunk on that last play.
First down and 10, ball at the 14-yard line. So Shepherd can get a first down without getting in the end zone. There is the snap that gave us to Barnett off the left side. Waiting for some blockers. He cuts up. Ball is loose. And waiting to see who came up with the football. East Stroudsburg certainly hoping it is them, and that would be a big swing of momentum. And it is East Stroudsburg football, I believe. Waiting to see the official signal. No, Shepherd's offense going to stay on the field and try to snap the football quick. Everybody gets in motion.
The red flag is out.
The red challenge flag coming out. East Stroudsburg was certain they had the football, and the way Shepherd got to that football quickly tends to lean.
So, smart play by both ball clubs, and just the timing of that play was thrown off just a little bit. The snap was a little bit behind the quarterback as he had to try to turn to his left and get that pitch out there, and then Barnett having to reach back to get the ball, and the defense did a good job of pursuing from the backside. Like we mentioned, a lot of those fumbles happen is because those defenders on the backside come up from behind the running back and able to punch it out, and that may be the case. The referee's going to have to go check out the replay and see if the ball carrier was down by contact.
Previous play is under review. We do get that call from our head referee. And it's going to sound like a broken record, but these reviews have not gone the way of the Rams this year, to say nicely. Let's just put it that way. I don't think they've had one go their way yet this year. We'll step aside and take a 60-second break as our officials take a look at the last run to see if Jordan Barnett was down by contact or if the ball came out a little early. 10:27 remaining in quarter number 3. Shepherd leads East Stroudsburg 10-0. We're back in 60 seconds. This is Shepherd Ram Football on TV 10.
The Palace Lounge in Martinsburg is the place to be. Join us every night to relax and enjoy football or basketball games featuring either the Martinsburg Bulldogs, Shepherd University Rams, or West Virginia Mountaineers. We will have steak night every Wednesday, trip nights every Thursday, and now taco and margarita nights every Tuesday. You can find us on Facebook or call 304-267-7520. The Palace Lounge is located at 1350 Edwin Miller Boulevard in Martinsburg.
You feel that in the air? The precision passes of expletives thrown from a jersey-clad warrior to his TV, his dog, or anyone that'll listen. It's time for tailgating and showing off those parking lot picnics. Just remember, when you come out of the fourth quarter to 5 new dents, remember Cody's Auto Body is your MVP. I can erase those dents, just not the memory of your team's awful record. I'm Cody with Cody's Auto Body. That's Cody's with a T for f***ing trust.
Off the left side, little hesitation, just waiting for a couple of blocks to open up, a couple of holes to open up. Hit the hole, and as he was going down, some commotion, and it looked like the ball came out momentarily. East Stroudsburg was pretty confident they had the football. Now just waiting to see if Barnett was down by contact. That was the call on the field, so need to remember that is the call on the field. That will need to be overturned, and there have to be conclusive evidence to the contrary that he was not down by contact. So we will see what the call is here coming up when our refs come out of the review tent to our left. All replays brought to you by the Larry DeMarco team at Century 21 Modern Realty Results. Looking for a home in the tri-state area? Call the Larry DeMarco team at 304-262-4222 or visit them online at www.modernrealtyresults.com.
This East Stroudsburg football team just looking for some type of spark. When on that last play, did a good job of backside pursuit. Like we mentioned, Barnett is a patient runner, but sometimes that backside pursuit can kind of disrupt things, and that's what we're waiting to see. Was it disruptive enough to create that turnover, or will Shepherd be able to dodge a bullet and maintain possession and pretty good field position?
Referees still in the tent to our left. Have not made their way back onto the field yet. As they do now leave the review tent and make their way back onto the field. And it looks like it looks like it is once again not going to go the way of the Rams on the review. Jordan Barnett was not down by contact, and apparently there was clear evidence to prove that statement. So a big turnover for that East Stroudsburg defense.
And again, the timing was thrown off just a little bit at the beginning. Just a bad snap that was a little bit behind the quarterback. He was a little bit late on getting that pitch out to Barnett, and Barnett having to secure that ball and then slowed up a little bit as far as his progression forward, and that was just enough for that backside pursuit to get to him. And a lot of times that's where most of your fumbles are going to happen, is where that unseen defender comes up from behind the ball carrier and able to punch it out. And that looks like that was the case, and East Stroudsburg getting one of the few positive plays that they've had so far today, but they are backed up pretty deep in their own territory.
Ball at the 13-yard line, 10:27 remaining in quarter. That ball is high over the head of McTaggart. He retreats back into his end zone and just has to get rid of it.
And now, is there a question? Could that be intentional grounding?
And he was in the end zone. If that's intentional grounding in the end zone, that's a safety. 2 points for the Rams, then they'll get the football back. The referee's talking about it at the goal line, and there was a receiver running around in that area, but definitely not running around towards that football. And as quickly as momentum shifted to East Stroudsburg, could it come right back? And no foul for intentional grounding.
They gave him a little bit of leeway on that play.
Yeah, said he was out of the tackle box was the explanation by our head referee. 2nd down and 10 now for the Warriors. All the 13-yard line. 2 blocking tight ends go in motion. Walker is the tailback to the left of McTaggart. There is the snap. Rolling to the left is McTaggart looking for a receiver downfield. Nowhere to go on the curl route. The intended target was Randy Pfizer. And that ball hit the turf about 2 yards in front of him. Brings up a quick third down for the Warriors.
And that's a big ask of McTaggart, rolling him out to his offhand side, trying to throw a precision pass with a little bit of velocity on it, and a wide receiver on that comeback. But just that's a tough ball for any quarterback to try to throw, rolling out to your offhand side and putting a little bit of pepper on it on that sideline route.
3rd down and 10. Crawford to the right of McTaggart in the shotgun formation. 3 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. McTaggart drops back to pass, looking to the left, nowhere to go. He's going to take it himself up the middle, gets across the 20-yard line up to the 22-yard line, and that's going to bring up 4th down. He didn't get enough. 4th and short coming up for the Warriors.
McTaggart had a nice passing lane on that play, but good coverage on the back end. He pulls it down, tries to do it with his legs, and he is an accomplished runner. But the Rams defense doing a really good job of rallying to the football and coming up with another big stop.
And the Warrior offense stayed out there momentarily. That part of the field, I was wondering, with the 4th and short, do you trust your offense if you're Jimmy Terwilliger? Apparently not enough of that part of the field. They're going to kick the football away, and I think wisely giving the football up. Only a 10-point game. You're still in the 3rd quarter. See if your defense can get another stop, maybe another turnover. As Knoll on to punt it away. This one an end-over-end kick bouncing at the 46-yard line. Batten just going to get away from the football as it rolls and takes a Warrior bounce to the 35-yard line. That's where Shepherd will start their 2nd offensive possession of the second half.
And just a good, smart play that time by Batten. That's one of the advantages of having a high IQ football player like Batten back there on the back end for your punt return team. Not only does he have the athleticism to make plays happen when he's able to catch the ball in the air, but more importantly, he's able to steer other guys away from danger when that ball is not able to be picked up and returned. So, again, a small play may not end up in the stat sheet as anything special, but you certainly didn't want to give the ball back with that type of field position to East Stroudsburg after your defense comes up with yet another big stop.
1st down and 10 for the Rams. Ball at the 36-yard line in their own territory. There's the snap, the fake pitch to Schweinhart. Now rolling back to left Hardyway. He finds a man at the 40-yard line, moving upfield into Warrior territory with the 1st down. Look up the far side. I see a number 16. That Chase Soper?
Chase Soper.
Have him as one of the quarterbacks on the Ram roster. And how about the catch and run lowering his shoulder and showing a little Jordan Barnett on that run?
There we go. And he's going to be one of our nominees for collision of the game on there.
Get those on offense a whole lot.
Yeah, not too much, but he earned it on that one.
Yeah, Soper going to stay in the game. In that slot position, Malachi Brown, Ashby, his teammates to the near side, nobody to the far side. 1st down and 10, ball at the 42-yard line. Shepherd in ESU territory, and now a timeout called by the Rams. We will step aside as well. 8:28 remaining in quarter number 3. Shepherd leads the Warriors beat Stroudsburg 10-0. We're back in 60 seconds.
When will I be able to retire? How do I make the most of the money I have? When will I be able to retire? How do I make the most of the money I have? How do I leave a lasting legacy to my loved ones? I'm Philip McCoy, financial advisor with the Mirius Group, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated. Call us today at 304-263-4343 to help you make the most of your financial future. Our office is located at 1270 Winchester Avenue, Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC.
Hello, Jonathan Bodwell, Bodwell Insurance Solutions, your local Medicare insurance agency. We are celebrating our 20th anniversary this year. The Medicare annual enrollment period is here. Medicare plans have changed drastically this year. We are here to help you with a no-charge review of your coverage. Don't get taken advantage of by a call center. Call us at 304-283-0864. Stay local with Bodwell Insurance Solutions.
In quarter number 3, Shepherd with the football and the lead, 10-0 over the visiting Warriors of East Stroudsburg University. Hardyway in the shotgun formation to give us a Swinehart off the left side. He is inside the 40-yard line and taken down at the 37. Gain of 5 on 2nd down. Brings up 3rd and medium, 3rd and 5 coming up for the Rams.
Swinehart gets up angry off the turf that time. Knew he had a lot of green space to run in front of him. He was just tripped up by that last defender. But you see this Rams offense getting back to what's worked all game long, pounding that rock.
My correction, 2nd down and 5 now for the Rams. Timeout came after a long run. Make that a long catch and run. Pistol formation, Swinehart is the back. He gets the carry up the middle and nowhere to go. Push back a couple yards even. He's going to lose about 2.
And that time East Stroudsburg was able to blow that play up. They saw the pullers and they were able to get back there and just brought more bodies to the party than Shepherd could block. Good job. That time, I believe it was Trenton Dunnick, the 6'2", 235-pound redshirt junior, was able to get into the backfield and disrupt things.
3rd down and 7 for the Rams. 3 receivers to the near side. Cason Lands to the tight end is on the left side of the formation. Swinehart is the back to the left of Hardyway. Hardyway drops back to pass, looking over the middle. He finds Lands and hit immediately after the catch, and that one incomplete. He never had possession. Going to force another punt of the football.
You saw the Warriors, they dialed up a lot of pressure on that play. And again, that Rams offensive line was up to the challenge on that play, giving Hardaway a clean pocket, but very good coverage on the back end. This is one of the things that this East Stroudsburg defense can do. They can send a lot of people to blitz because they have faith on with those DBs on the back end that they can maintain that man-to-man coverage. And that time they were able to rise to the occasion and get the big stop on 3rd down.
Deshaun Alexander on to punt it away. He gets rid of that football at the 50-yard line, end-over-end kick, and that one bouncing at the 2-yard line and taking a Shepherd bounce, and I believe that's going to be a touchback. Or will they say down at the 1? Looked like the first guy who touched it was in the end zone.
Well, the referee's being generous today.
Yeah, they're going to say down at the 1, and that turns into a heck of a punt for Deshaun Alexander.
There we go.
And a good job on the coverage team. Certainly looked like the coverage man was laying 3/4 in the end zone when he was touching that football. Shepherd will take it.
And again, Alexander, he has a big leg, but now he's starting to show, he's got some other pitches in his repertoire. Now that time was able to pin the ball deep into East Stroudsburg's territory. And again, they're having to work off of the shadow of their own goal line. They almost had a safety the last possession. Let's see if this Rams defense dials up a little bit of pressure and forces their hand this time around.
McTaggart going to go under center as a true jumbo package, and the Ram defensive line looked like they jumped a little bit, no flag, and just right up the middle, McTaggart took it himself for a gain of a few, and Shepherd, I think, lucky they didn't get called for an offside on that play. McTaggart gains 3, 2nd down and 7.
And a good use of the hard count that time because you make the defense kind of sit back on their haunches a little bit, and if you're able to get them possibly to jump, that'll give you some space. But if not, they're at least going to be staying back in their stance, not as eager to fire off the ball, and that time able to give East Stroudsburg a little bit of space here for their 2nd down attempt.
Ball up to the 4-yard line. McTaggart down the shotgun formation. He takes a snap looking left. Pump fake going deep down this near side. A couple of Rams there, and that one is incomplete.
Minka, you got to come up with one of these. He's playing tremendous football today, but just has been unlucky when it comes to getting interception.
Minka and Batten both in the vicinity. They could have made the play. Neither one of them able to come down with it, and the intended target on this near side still down on the field. I believe that's Jalen Andrews. Can't quite make out the number, but I believe he was the intended target on the play. He is down on the Warrior sideline. And while they tend to him on the sideline, we will step aside and take a break as well. Let's make it a 60-second break back at the station. 6:05 remaining in quarter number 3. Shepherd leads ESU 10-0. This is Shepherd Ram football on TV 10.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%, Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
I pre-planned my funeral to make it easier on my family. They were relieved to know I'll get just what I want.
My family actually thanked me for taking matters into my own hands. Turns out having this awkward conversation wasn't awkward at all.
Pre-planning is my choice. There are certain things about me my family may not know. Now they won't need to guess.
The choices are yours. The peace of mind is theirs. Pre-plan your funeral with Brown Funeral Homes and everything will be taken care of. Find out more online at brownfuneralhomeswv.com. Brown Funeral Homes, here for you.
Welcome back into Rams Stadium. 6:05 remaining in quarter number 3. They do get Jalen Andrews to his feet on the near sideline. In a situation that you do not want to see, as it took them a while to get him stabilized and to his feet, as he's now being attended to on the medical table to our right. Play ready to resume. 3rd down and 7 for East Stroudsburg. Ball at the 4-yard line. Shepherd pitching a shutout so far. They'd like to see that continue. 2 receivers to the near side of the formation, 1 to the far side. McTaggart in the shotgun formation stands 2 yards deep in the end zone. He takes the snap, looking over the middle. He's going to fire it deep. A couple of men there, and Batten in the area. Does he make the pick? Of course he does. Cordell Batten with an interception in his 3rd straight games at the 49-yard line, going in for the Rams. And what has he not done in the
In each one of those plays that Minka was able to make, Batten was right there in the same spot with him. That time they hang the ball up over the middle to Jalen Cook. And like we mentioned, coming into today's game, McTaggart not having the same type of success that he had last year, and that's his 8th interception on the year. And Batten, again, just playing center field, follows the quarterback's eyes. They're trying to go to their big target, and Jalen Cook, the 6'2", 190-pound wide receiver, and Batten able to come down with it. And again, this Rams defense continuing to play lights-out football here in the second half.
I'll ask you this, Travis, as we get a penalty flag thrown. I'm looking, and I didn't see a call. I see Shepherd running off the field showing safety. I believe there was a penalty back in the end zone, a hold in the end zone. So give Shepherd 2 as they're going to accept that penalty. They'll take away the interception from Batten and take the points and the football back.
From bad to worse.
So 12-0 now the lead for the Rams. And Travis, you and I both looking at the 50-yard line talking about the interception. Didn't look back near the line of scrimmage. That's on us. So a penalty in the end zone, a safety, 2 points for the Rams, and they get the football back.
And East Stroudsburg was lucky to get out of the end zone on their previous possession. This time, not so much. And this Rams defense just continuing to tighten the vise around this Warriors offense.
And it was a hold in the end zone was the call. And Shepherd will take it.
And Shepherd is doing a good job of getting pressure off the edge. A couple times earlier in today's game, I thought they may have drawn that holding penalty, but that time able to get it done and come away with a safety.
Nick and Jazeer across the 30 to the 35 on the spiral and kick. He's to the 40. Breaks one tackle at the 42-yard line, but another white helmet right there. Good job in coverage on the tackle. That's Harold Hill, the 4th. The 5'10", 175-pound sophomore with the tackle. Shepherd, only with the additional points now, only going to lose about 8 yards difference in terms of field position.
But a couple of extra points.
They'll
take that trade-off every time.
And you look at the last couple of throws on that series for McTaggart.
He doesn't look right.
Did it seem like he is just hoping for anything at this point?
Yeah, he does.
Like, let's heave. There was back-to-back plays. Let's heave it downfield and just hope something happens. It just kind of seems like that's where that offense is right now for the Warriors. As we have a great view from their sideline, looking down on the position conferences, and just a lot of down heads right now. Going, guys, what can we do offensively?
Yeah, and McTaggart, he doesn't look right, and it may be something where his increased workload as far as running the ball might be affecting his ability in the passing game.
1st down and 10 to give his 2 Barnett. Little stutter step. He goes up the middle. He is into Warrior territory across the 50, down at the 46-yard line. Good 1st down run. And how about another 1st down? Let's move the chains. 1st down Rams.
Man, oh, man. That right side of the offensive line, Brandon Carr and Ty Lucas just doing a tremendous job of just washing the defense down, and Barnett has just been putting on a running back clinic, minus that fumble that he had earlier in today's game, just showing all aspects of his game. Big playability, speed off the edge, also power, breaking tackles, but patient and vision. Man, just a tremendous game all around.
Shepherd at the Warrior 46-yard line, pistol formation. Barnett the tailback, he gets the carry off the left side, gets inside the 40 before he is taken down, and he's just taking tacklers with him on every run. Nobody's bringing him down on first contact today.
It won't be one guy, and it certainly won't be the first guy. And Barnett has been pounding the defense. And again, I don't think many people expected the game to turn out like this, but the Rams came in with a game plan. They have been successful in sticking to it. Battled back from a little bit of adversity after that fumble, but they've gotten right back to business here on this drive.
Ball now at the 39-yard line. It was a gain of 7 on first down. Second down and 3. Pistol formation once again. Brown and Ashby on this near side. Blocker goes in motion. To give to Barnett. He's off the left side inside the 35-yard line. Once again breaking tackles inside the 30. Down to the 29-yard line. And move the chains. It's a first down, Shepherd. And you're just waiting for him to break the big one. At this point, he's getting 4, 5, 6, 7, 10, 12 yards a clip. And you're just waiting for him to hit that seam and just take off because you know it's coming.
And he was 5 or 6 yards down the field on that play and was not touched by the defense. That offensive line has just been a blue wall imposing their will today, and that has been the formula for success for this Rams offense. We're just going to pound the ball all day long.
Swinehart, the tailback now. Jordan Barnett gets a bit of a breather. 2 receivers to the near side of the formation. It's Brown and Ashby. To give to Swinehart, he goes right up the middle, and he's not going to go down on first contact. A gain of about 4 on first down. And Grant Swinehart, not the guy we used to talk about as the power back, he's even showing that he can run those legs and gain a few after contact.
When you're running behind those big uglies up front, that's going to give you a little extra confidence to start pounding on that defense yourself. Again, just running behind that right side of the offensive line, and they have just dominated the line of scrimmage today. And you see that East Stroudsburg defensive front, a lot of hands on hips, and they're looking for answers, and so far they've come up short in that department.
They give Swinehart 3 on the first down carry, second down and 7. Balling out the 27-yard line. Barnett back in as the tailback. 1 receiver to the far side, 2 to the near side. The give is to Barnett. Little stutter step up the middle. He's inside the 25 down to the 23-yard line. Gain of 4 brings up a third down and short. Should be right around a third down and 3.
And Barnett running right behind guard Ty Lucas, the 6'2", 305-pound redshirt senior. That's a whole lot of beef coming at you at the point of attack right there in between. And we knew early on in the season Shepherd has so much success, not even running the ball in between the tackles, just running the ball in between the guards, and they're getting back to that today. Again, running behind that big offensive line, and you can't say enough about what that unit's been able to do today. Great against the run, also doing a good job in the passing game.
Third down and 3, ball at the 23-yard line. Pistol formation. Hardaway waits the snap. There is a snap. He gives it to Barnett right up the middle, and he has enough for a first down, Shepherd. And what's so fun about these runs is it's nothing special. It is man-on-man, big-on-big, in the trenches, and Barnett is just following the big guys.
That's all you got to do.
Not a whole lot of crazy motion, not a lot of misdirection. It's, here's the football, Jordan, run it up the middle. Here's the football, Grant, run it up the middle.
Easy day for Hardaway. All you got to do is make sure you get that snap and hand it off to one of those downhill thumpers that you got lined up behind you.
Shepherd, a fresh set of downs, ball at the 18-yard line. First down and 10. Swinehart now the back to the right of Hardaway. Ashford by himself to the near side. 2 receivers to the left side. They give to Swinehart up the middle as he gets a yard and a half on the first down run.
And you could it's just an attitude that this Rams offensive line has been playing with today, the way the running backs have been running. Not only are they pushing the pile, more importantly, the running backs, they're falling forward each and every time. It's about attitude. It's about sending a message that they're going to take everything inch by inch and just keep the pressure on that defense. The running backs, they just keep falling forward. Good job for that running back group today.
Second down and 9, ball at the 17-yard line. Jumbo set. Bunch of blockers to the left. The pitch is to Swinehart to the left, looking for a hole to open up. Little stutter step inside the 15 as he gets down to the 12, 13-yard line. as we're under a minute to play in quarter number 3, 42-41, 40 seconds on a running third quarter clock.
It's a similar play to the last time they were down this far, down this deep into East Stroudsburg territory when Barnett fumbled the ball. You noticed on that play, Swinehart had the ball on the outside hand, not allowing that backside pursuit an opportunity to punch at the ball. So you're seeing this Rams unit able to learn from their previous mistakes and apply those lessons in the same game. So you see this veteran ball club, they're using that experience to their benefit today.
3rd and 4, ball at the 12-yard line. Again, Shepherd showing a heavier set with just 2 receivers in the formation. There is the play-action pass. Hardyway going to find a man in the flats, and that's enough for a first down at the 5-yard line. Coming out of the backfield is the blocking back. That's a 49. That's Mason Miller coming out. You talked about him, the blocking linebacker earlier. He gets it in the flats, and that's enough for a first down, and that's enough to get us to the end of quarter number 3. Shepherd still pitching a shutout, 12-0. They're knocking on the door looking for another score. We are back after this 60-second break. This is Shepherd Ram football on TV 10.
Car accident? Get more with Mansion Ferretti.
If you've been injured in a car accident, there are 3 things you need to know.
1, do not discuss your accident with an insurance company before you talk to a lawyer.
2, on average, car accident victims with a lawyer get over 3 times more money than those without one.
And 3, at Mansion Ferretti, if we don't win, you don't pay us, guaranteed. Car accident? Get more with Mansion Ferretti. 304-264-8505.
When it comes to providing you with a better car buying experience, CMA's Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram of Martinsburg takes it personally. Why? Because we're employee owned. That makes us neighbors, and good neighbors take care of each other. Come experience the honesty, transparency, and value we provide every customer, every neighbor, each and every day. At CMA's Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram of Martinsburg, owners just care more about you.
We have 1 quarter remaining here in Shepherdstown, West Virginia. A homecoming Saturday afternoon at Shepherd University. And right now, it has been all Rams 12-0 to this point, and they are knocking on the door. 1st and goal coming up at the 5-yard line. Jumbo set again. Jordan Barnett is the tailback. There is the snap to give his to Barnett. Starts left, breaks the tackle. He's at the 1-yard line, leaning forward. Did he get in? He did. It's a touchdown, Shepherd. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th effort for Jordan Barnett, and he adds 6. Shepherd leads 18-0. Extra point coming up.
Ty Lucas do that dance. That big guy led the way on that play. Barnett doing a good job of reading his offensive lineman's block. He had a 2-way go on that one. He could have put his foot in the ground and cut back, but he decides to bounce it outside and drag a couple of defenders into the end zone for the touchdown. Ty Lucas, my hat's off to you, man. They rode you all the way down the field on that drive.
Keith Baker on for the extra point. Snap, hold, kick is up, and that kick is good. 19-0, the Rams lead, 14:53 remaining in the ball game. This is Shepherd Ram football on TV 10.
This is Eric at Hagerstown Ford. We have been challenged to sell 20 new and used vehicles each and every day for the rest of the year. This means you save thousands. Hagerstown Ford is the largest Ford store on the I-81 corridor, ranked among the top dealerships in the country in sales volume and customer satisfaction. If you are even thinking about buying a new car, now is the time. Visit HagerstownFord.com and choose your new ride, and we will bring it to you. You will sign all the documents from your phone and skip that awful finance process that consumes your entire day in the dealership. Let's recap. Hagerstown Ford must sell 20 vehicles a day. You will sign all the documents from your phone on your time. We will bring your new ride to you, and you're done. It's that easy. If you don't like it, return it. Our return policy is better than Walmart, and our buying experience is better than Amazon. And you save thousands. Hagerstown Ford is the #1 Ford store from Winchester, Virginia to Washington, D.C., from Chambersburg, Pennsylvania to Baltimore, Maryland. Now, we want to be the #1 Ford store in the nation.
Hagerstown Ford, right off Interstate 81, across from the Valley Mall.
19-0 Shepherds lead at home on a homecoming Saturday in Shepherdstown. 14:53 remaining in the ball game, and right now, Shepherd doing it offensively, defensively, special teams winning in all 3 facets. But the Warriors v. Stroudsburg not a slouch of a football team, 6-1 coming in, still a lot of time left in this ball game. Sam Collins on for the kickoff. This one is short, going to be fielded at about the 25-yard line from one of the up men, and nowhere to go with the football. He stood up at the 30. That return man looks like a 45. That was Cam Alex, the 5'9", 195-pound freshman from Romansville, Pennsylvania, on the return. And Shepherd's defense playing with all the momentum in the world right now, as is their offense. And Shepherd, when you get to the fourth quarter and haven't given up a point yet, that's all that's on your mind is, hey, let's get all four without giving up a point.
Absolutely. They want to walk out of here with some donuts on that board. And that was a smart play that time. That little blooper kick. You don't want to kick it deep. You don't want to give them an opportunity for that big play. And you kick it, that high blooper, to a true freshman out there on the field. He did a good job of fielding that ball and not putting it on the turf.
McTaggart by himself in the shotgun formation. Spread offense. Some movement on the offensive line. No penalty flag comes from Taggart. Going to take him himself and dives forward to the 30-yard line. He gets to the 32, and not sure, I'm with you, how that penalty was missed. The big right tackle, a guy.
And I think it's a direct result of him having to run the ball more this year than he did last year. Last year, only 64 carries on the season. At this point in the year, McTaggart almost has 60 carries at this point in the season, still with a lot of football left. They were using him a lot more.
Brings in backup quarterback Harrison Susi. A lot of stats for him on the season. His first pass, that spikes into the turf in front of the intended target. That was Randy Pfizer. And Susi on the season, we talked about it in the pregame, has run a lot of that Wildcat stuff. He's their third leading rusher with 252 yards in the game. I think I've seen him on one offensive snap prior to that last one. So a player that's just not being used a whole lot today, and not really sure the reason why, especially with the struggles they've had on the offensive side of the football. You'd think they'd be trying anything at this point to try to gain some yards.
And I think that's probably part of the issue. They've had their struggles on third down, and they're not able to get deep into drives where they can start bringing in that type of wildcat package, and that's certainly a big part of their offense. He's averaging over 8 yards a carry and has 5 touchdowns on the year, so a big weapon that's been neutralized.
Knoll, a low line drive punt, and Batten better step on that. That looked like it might have nicked one of the coverage men. Doesn't seem to be bothering East Stroudsburg a whole lot. Came awfully close to one of the guys in coverage, but it'll stay Shepherd football. And couldn't get away from that football quick enough, as that was a low line drive kick. And Shepherd with 13:52 separating them from their fourth straight victory to try to get them to 500. Again, still a lot of time left in this football game. But with the football and every ounce of momentum in this football game on their side.
Well, you know my philosophy, if you can't kick it far, kick it weird. And that's what the punter's been doing for East Stroudsburg. And that time it almost proved to be successful because it came close to hitting a couple of Shepherd players on that last attempt.
Let me get that put on a pillow for you for Christmas. You can't kick it far, kick it weird.
Yeah.
First down and 10, ball at the 13-yard line. Hardy Way in the shotgun formation. They give it to Swinehart, and he is swallowed up quickly.
Goodness gracious.
Yeah, missile coming out of the front seven. Looks like that was Cameron Gross, the 5'10 linebacker, coming downhill quick, letting Grant Swinehart know that he was still playing.
Yeah.
No gain on the play. Brings up second down and 10. A running fourth quarter clock under 13:30 to play in the ball game. Two receivers to each side of the formation. Swinehart is the tailback to the right of Hardyway. Hardyway takes the snap, looking left. He's looking for the fade route downfield and nowhere to go. Batten was the intended target, but really not a catchable ball for him on this near sideline. Nicked off his hand. Out of bounds. Third down and 10.
That was good coverage that time by safety Raquane Matthews, the 180 redshirt freshman out of Maryland. And like you mentioned, Hardaway did a good job. He put the ball pretty much in the only position that his wide receiver could make the play. The wide receiver can't make the play on it. The ball is able to fall harmlessly out of bounds. You don't want to do anything too crazy down this close to your goal line and giving East Stroudsburg a spark to get back into this game.
Swinehart, the tailback. Receivers bunched to the right side of the formation. Lone receiver to the near side. Hardyway drops back to pass. Finds Sir looking for Swinehart, I should say, out of the backfield. Well in front of the intended target. And Shepherd going to give the football right back and didn't take a whole lot of time off the clock on that drive.
And being backed up that close to your own goal line really just kind of limits what you're able to do with your playbook. And again, you want to be conservative. But that time maybe a little bit too conservative. And looked like Swinehart maybe have had had a chance to make something happen if he would have able to get a handle on that ball, but Hardaway just threw that ball on a line drive to try to get it as a running back out of the backfield.
Deshaun Alexander on to punt it away. Cade Christopher stands at the 40-yard line for East Stroudsburg. Shepherd showing a little motion on the front line. Spiraling kick sends Christopher back inside the 40. He's going to start moving forward to the 35-yard line. Gets a few yards on the return, but not much doing up to the 37.
That opportunity probably had Alexander happy to make that punt so far today. He's been trying to have it, to pin him deep and not really cutting it loose. That was his first opportunity to really use that big leg and did a good job of giving his defense a lot of territory to operate with a big booming punt and a great job on the punt coverage team not allowing a big return.
Yeah, all those punts coming in East Stroudsburg territory that he's made today.
And McTaggart, is he back out there on the field? Okay.
See, yes.
Yeah, so he's in there.
There is
Susie,
a number 10.
Yeah,
yep.
Susie's out there with him.
Susie's out there as well. So now we're going to see both of them in action in the same backfield. McTaggart awaits that snap, and he's going to take it himself on the zone option. He's across the 45 before he is taken down right near the line to gain. And that's a first down as they're going to move the chains.
And McTaggart still a little banged up from those previous plays. And like we mentioned, his workload in the run game has increased a lot this year, already pretty much surpassing last year's numbers as far as run attempt. And I think that has had a negative effect on his passing game.
Frame in as the tailback, shotgun formation for McTaggart. He takes that snap, looking to the right. Curl route caught at the 40-yard line in Shepherd territory, and on the catch, that's Jalen Andrews. Good to see him back in the ball game. Not good to see him get that first down reception.
And Snowden just playing it safe, keeping everything in front of him, and at this point with this type of game situation, I can't knock him for that decision. He did a good job of coming up, making that tackle, not allowing for much run after the catch.
And I think McTaggart's still feeling it. He limps off the sideline and slams that helmet down in frustration. So Susie back in the ball game at quarterback. And we'll see if it's him the rest of the way. Takes a snap, and it's a zone option after the outside, and Susie's inside the 20 to the 15. Finally taken down at the 5-yard line. Frame was running down the field as if he still had the football. I think a couple of Shepherd helmets going back and forth as to who had the football. A very well-executed zone read, and knocking on the door now are the Warriors of East Stroudsburg.
And that time, just really good blocking up front by East Stroudsburg because there was really no wrong decision that time. If he would have gave the ball off, that probably would have been a big game, but he decides to keep it himself and give a little bit of a spark off the edge because he pretty much trailed his running back through that hole to pick up that big gain.
Yeah, Frame was blocking guys in the secondary. Susie by himself. Certainly looks like a quarterback run here. Fakes the run and looking for Frame out of the backfield. He'd have had a touchdown if he's able to haul that one in just beyond his fingertips. And there's the trickery we were expecting to see with Susie in running the offense. Little hesitation move like he was going to run, and then Frame coming across your TV frame, if you will, and just beyond the reach of him right at the goal line. That would have been 6.
And that's tough when your backup quarterback comes into the fourth quarter of a game and you're asking him to do some things that not normally in his wheelhouse, but that's the opportunity he has today. Let's see what he's able to do with it.
There's a Carroll in the backfield as he is swallowed up momentarily, but Susie keeps himself and goes right up the middle from 5 yards out, and that is a East Stroudsburg touchdown momentarily. There was a whistle that blew as our officials going to get together in the end zone.
I think it was after the touchdown was scored, so it may have been some extracurricular activities that drew the penalty.
Waiting to see the official word from our head referee. Definitely on East Stroudsburg. They're talking to Ernie McCook about what they want to do. So it is a touchdown for East Stroudsburg, a taunting on the back end And for the first time today, the Warriors find the end zone right now, 19-6. Extra point coming up, and this game not over yet with 10:47 remaining.
Plenty of ball left, and looks like the backup quarterback, Harrison Susie, has stepped into today's contest and providing a little bit of a spark. We know he can make some plays as far as the running game is concerned. Coming off of a big game last week, he had 6 carries for 42 yards and a touchdown. And we've seen Shepherd has had some issues with some backup quarterbacks this year. That has been just a weird thorn in the side of this Rams defense, and they have an opportunity to try to correct that today.
And it looks like East Stroudsburg going to line up to go for it. They're going to go for 2 to try to make it a 19-8 game. Susie under center. I formation as they now shift into the shotgun. 4 receivers bunched to the far side of the field. Susie going to take a roll to the right, avoids tackles in the backfield, and he is in for the 2-point conversion. 10:44 remaining in the ball game, and Shepherd leads East Stroudsburg 19-8. This is Shepherd Ram football on TV 10.
Sometimes our customers face circumstances.
It's the new normal. You live, work, and play everywhere. Whether it's the family car or the family business, you need insurance that keeps pace with your changing life. Home on the job or working from home, peace of mind comes from knowing your whole world is covered. No matter what happens or how big it grows, whatever your new normal, Erie Insurance's award-winning service and personal agents can keep pace. Call your local agent today or visit erieinsurance.com for a quote.
Welcome back into Ram Stadium. 10:37 remaining in quarter number 4. East Stroudsburg able to find the end zone for the first time in this game. 2-point conversion added on. 19-8 is the Shepherd advantage, and a big drive coming up for the Rams offense, who last time out, a quick 3-and-out, only taking about 40 seconds off of the clock. If nothing else, need to milk a little clock on this drive. 2-possession game now. And while not a lot of time left, certainly enough for 2 offensive possessions for East Stroudsburg. Shepherd has dominated this game up until that last drive, with Harrison Susie coming in for the injured McTaggart, able to make some things happen. As only one man back was Carrington Nickens' year, and that one bounces at the goal line and through the end zone for a touchback.
That was a strange play. That was an opportunity for a disaster on that play that Shepherd was narrowly able to dodge on that one. And again, this has been the first time that East Stroudsburg has really had a spark on their sidelines. And right now for Shepherd, I think first downs are more important than points at this point in the game. Like you mentioned, just need to keep that clock running. And no reason to get fancy or try to change things up. Use what's been successful for you all day long. Keep pounding that ball.
Fourth quarter of today's game brought to you by CMA Honda of Winchester, located at 3985 Valley Pike in Winchester. Call them at 540-686-1622. Quick pass to the outside. That is Patton. He's crossed 30 to 35, up to the 50-yard line into Warrior territory, and finally taken out of bounds inside the 35-yard line. And, well, points will be okay, too. A big gain on first down. It was a quick screen pass. Hardyway quickly out to Cordell Batten. He just turned and went upfield. Didn't have to do a whole lot special. Just catch the ball, turn upfield, and run as fast as you can. First down, Shepherd at the 35-yard line. Shotgun formation for Hardyway. This give is to Barnett. He goes right up the middle. Gain of a couple on the play. They'll give him 2. Second down and 8 for the Rams as the clock will tick inside 10 minutes before that ball is snapped again.
And this Rams offense, they've been having a lot of success getting the small chunk plays. That was one of the few big chunk plays that they've had today, and it couldn't have come at a better time.
Shepherd definitely going to take their time in each huddle as they are right now, under 20 on that play clock and showing no signs of getting out of it any time soon. Now they do get to the line of scrimmage with about 10 seconds left on that play clock. 2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side of the formation. Barnett is the tailback. Hardaway waiting that snap, and there was that one didn't look clean coming back. Hardaway flinched a little bit before that ball got back to him. Penalty flags come in. False start and push that one back 5 yards.
Referees saved Hardaway's life on that play, because if they don't throw the flag and blow that one dead, Hardaway would have been on the bitter end of a hit right there.
I think a lot of that had to do with the miscommunication, though. I think definitely not on the same page in terms of what the snap count was. Ball pushed back to the 38-yard line. Brings up 2nd down and 14. 2 receivers to the near side of the formation, 1 to the far side. Make that Swinehart is the tailback to the right of Hardaway. Hardaway takes the snap, little curl route. That is Batten. Catches it at the original line of scrimmage and leans forward. Gain of 2, 3rd down and 8. Coming up for the Rams.
And you can see Shepherd, they're showing a lot of respect to that pass rush, as well they should. East Stroudsburg, like we mentioned, a very good pass rush, very good defensive unit. A lot of quick passes. Hardaway's not keeping the ball in his hands. You don't see a lot of slow developing or deep patterns today. They're going to go ahead and take what the defense is giving them. Looks like there's a switch back there at quarterback.
Sigler in the game now at quarterback. We saw him for a couple plays at the end of the game last week, including an electrifying run. He takes the snap. The give is to Swinehart. He gets inside the 30-yard line, down to the 29. Not enough for what he needs for the first down. This area of the field, we'll see what Shepherd head coach Ernie McCook elects to do. And regardless, you're going to see the clock wind down a little more before that decision is made. 4th down and 4 coming up. Ball at the 29-yard line.
And the way Shepherd's been running the ball today, this is not a for sure passing situation. You could possibly get it on the ground with the success and the way this offensive line has just been slapping people around today.
Warrior faithful come alive below us on a big 4th down. Play action pass. Hardaway going to go deep. He's got a man. Touchdown Shepherd. Malachi Brown from 29 yards out on 4th down. His 2nd touchdown of the day.
And when you run the Rams have run the ball all game long, it's going to set up those big pass plays over the top. That was something we mentioned about coming out here in the second half, and you can see the Rams made that adjustment. You knew that East Stroudsburg was going to have to sell out to stop the run, even though it was 4th and 4. The Rams have been running the ball like that today. You show them that play action pass, you get a wide receiver deep, and Hardaway able to connect with Malachi Brown once again for a touchdown for the Rams.
Extra point coming up. Kick by Baker is up, and it is through. 7:29 remaining in the football game. Shepherd leads East Stroudsburg 26-8. A penalty flag on the field, as it looked like it came after the play.
I think it was running into the kicker.
So they will decline that penalty and head back to the sideline. 7:29 remaining in the ball game. Shepherd leads 26-8. This is Shepherd Ram football on TV 10.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%, Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
When will I be able to retire? How do I make the most of the money I have? How do I leave a lasting legacy to my loved ones? I'm Philip McCoy, financial advisor with the Mirius Group, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated. Call us today at 304-263-4343 to help you make the most of your financial future. Our office is located at 1270 Winchester Avenue, Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC.
Welcome back into Ram Stadium. Sam Collins has it on the tee. Shepherd leading East Stroudsburg 26-8. There is the kick. And coming up on the return is Carroll. He takes it at the 9-yard line. This near side across the 25-yard line to the 30. He's taken down to the 32-yard line. 7:23 remaining in the game. Could not have asked for a better play call on 4th down. than what we saw on the touchdown pass from Hardyway to Malachi Brown.
And Mike Terwilliger pulling his whole team over on the sideline, just trying to give them a pep talk. And again, in these type of game situations, as a coach, you want to see who's still in the fight, who still wants to compete, even though everything's gone against you today. You want to see moving forward, who are the guys that I can rely on when adversity is really punching us in the face. And now that's what Coach Terwilliger is putting that challenge to his team here with the remaining time left in today's game.
Susie's still in at quarterback. He's going to go deep on the first play down this near sideline and overthrows his intended target. That was Jalen Andrews on the near side.
That was Snowden once again on the defensive assignment. And that was almost an offensive pass interference on that play. You can see Andrews kind of pleading his case as he comes back to the sidelines, saying, just give me a chance to make a play on the ball. Because Snowden lost his footing on that play, so a jump ball would have certainly been in favor of Andrews.
Second down and 10, ball for 32. Susie, ball on turf! And he somehow stays on his feet and picks up the football. He's going to gain about 10 yards on this play. Well, it was a broken play in the backfield. The ball comes loose on the handoff. Susie able to pick it in to a 10-yard gain. First down, Warriors.
He just has a burst when he has the ball in his hands. Just a dynamic, fun player to watch. And Shepherd has just been bedeviled by backup quarterbacks this year.
Fresh set of downs, ball now at the 42-yard line. Susie going to take it right up the middle. He's in Ram territory inside the 45-yard line, down to the 44, and another first down for the Warriors, and they're moving the football pretty quick, Travis.
And again, just a quarterback lead up the middle. The fullback frames in the game in that sidecar position, so the quarterback just hesitates just a minute to let him get up and lead the way. He's able to do the rest.
Susie back to pass, fires across the middle. Great catch. Going back to get the football on the reception is Cam Birdie. Second time we've called his name today. And another first down for East Stroudsburg.
On a similar play that he caught on the last one, and that was tight coverage. Wimberly and Batten right there on the spot, but just a good job to bring the ball down in traffic.
This pass completed on the near side. That's Evan Roche on the reception. Susie stepping into that throw. Had to go all the way across his body. Not the easiest throw to make. Keeps the clock running inside 6 minutes.
And Shepherd can't sit back in coverage. Do not let this guy get comfortable. You've learned that lesson from the Slippery Rock game. Dial up something, give him some different looks, make him make plays.
Susie drops back to pass, looking down this near side. He has got a man, and it is caught in the end zone. Jalen Andrews on the touchdown reception. That one from 26 yards out, and back-to-back scoring drives for the Warriors.
And that was eBay on the coverage. And Andrews went over on that previous bomb on the drive. That attempt went over, made his case to his coach. And his coach, look, they're over there talking again. He's like, look, I told you we were coming back to you. And that's what happened. So good job of that young man staying patient, keeping his head in the game. And the coach doing a good job of managing his player, realizing that they're in a tough situation, but you still got to keep everybody focused on the goal at hand.
Quinto's on for the extra point. 26-14 currently, looking to make it 26-15. Snap, hold, kick is up, and it is good. 5:31 remaining in the ball game here in Shepherdstown. The Rams lead East Stroudsburg 26-15. This is Shepherd Ram football on TV 10.
My kids, you know I want the best for you, don't you? We need to have a conversation.
End-of-life planning is no one's favorite discussion, but the relief of having everything in place when the hour of need arrives is a gift. Give it to your family. Plan ahead with us.
Brown Funeral Homes, a leading provider of cremations, invites you to explore the many flexible options of cremation. From environmental considerations to the benefit of greatly reduced cost, it may be the perfect answer for your family. Online at brownfuneralhomeswv.com. Brown Funeral Homes, here for you.
Take Rock's Chicken everywhere. It's perfect for any occasion. Rock's 12-piece chicken, $12. Rock's Local Market. Take Rock's Chicken everywhere. A perfect mix of white and dark meat for any occasion. Rock's 12-piece chicken, $12. Rock's Local Market.
More More combined points in the fourth quarter now than we had in the first three with 5:31 remaining in the game. Shepherd leads East Stroudsburg 26-15. Again, just one return man back, and this one a bit of a pooch kick, a fair catch and called for at the 45-yard line, and a smart heads-up play by Troy Wollaston. And Shepherd going to get the ball back in very good field position, and I think that's what Shepherd was expecting on the last kickoff, which is why Malachi Brown is by himself, or Nick Shazier is by himself, standing at the goal line this time.
A lot more bodies.
Yeah, they guessed right, and Wollaston able to haul it in.
Again, saving himself some punishment on the play, doing a smart thing, waving for that fair catch, and then securing the catch. That's not an easy thing to do when you know you have 11 angry men charging at you.
Barnett gets the carry on the first down, starts left, now going back up the middle. Lowers his head and gets a few. Looks like a gain of 3 on the run. 2nd down and 7 upcoming for the Rams, and it looks like one of the offensive linemen down. Looks like a 77 down
Jaden
Perez.
And that's one of the difficult things of being an offensive lineman, because you're trained to always look down the field, and you get rolled up on from behind. There's just really nothing you can do. Even though you have, your padding on, you have the knee braces and stuff like that, you have that much beef flying at the back of your legs. It's just one of the parts of the job that just is not fun.
While they tend to Perez, we will step aside and take a 60-second break as well. 5:17 remaining in the game. Shepherd leads East Stroudsburg 26-15. This is Shepherd Ram football on TV 10.
Or working from home. Peace of mind comes from knowing your whole world is covered. No matter what happens or how big it grows. Whatever your new normal, Erie Insurance's award-winning service and personal agents can keep pace. Call your local agent today or visit erieinsurance.com for a quote.
Perez able to get off the field, but not without some help by a couple of teammates. And Shepherd going to have to go to the 2 deep for the offensive line. Clock runs as we near 5 minutes remaining in quarter number 4. Shepherd with the football and the lead, 26-15, looking for the upset over 6-1 East Stroudsburg. There is a snap. They gave this to Jordan Barnett. Starts at the middle, now bouncing it to the right side. He is into Warrior territory and taken down after a gain of a handful. Gets to the 48-yard line, brings up a 3rd down and manageable.
And again, it's just so many things about his game that you can really appreciate, just what he's able to do with the football in his hands, but just the way he's being able to show his patience and vision today. That time just picking his way through traffic and then burrowing ahead to pick up a nice chunk on 2nd down, setting his team up for third and short. Jordan Barnett has just been, surging with confidence here as of late, and he's just been one heck of a football player all year long for this Rams team.
3rd down and 3. Would be a massive conversion if Shepherd is able to get it. There is the pitch to Barnett, and nowhere to go. And for the first time today, the first man to get there is able to bring him down. That's a 26 on the tackle. Cam Jeff, the 5'11 sophomore from Baltimore, able to bring down Jordan Barnett in the backfield, and Shepherd going to give the football back with 3 minutes and 50 seconds left on a running fourth quarter clock.
And Cam Jefferson rotates in from time to time and has been a very productive defender for that Warriors defense coming into today's game. 19 total tackles, 13 solo. Also has 4 forced fumbles. So he is a very active defender out there on the field, very opportunistic.
Hey, Sean Alexander stands at his own 36-yard line. Gets the ball, gets it away. High end-over-end kick. Pushing the return man back to the 11-yard line where Cade Christopher calls for a fair catch. 3:17 left in the game as East Stroudsburg will take the field. Back-to-back scoring drives finding the end zone with the spark of Harrison Susi. And it has been the tale of which backup quarterback can provide the spark against Shepherd this year.
Man, oh man, it's just the weirdest thing that it just keeps coming up, and it's such a tough situation. Quarterback, you've been sitting on the sidelines all game long. You kind of get thrown into a tense situation, but those guys have come in and had quite a bit of success against this Rams defensive unit.
Ball at the 13-yard line, 3 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side. Susi going to take himself right up the middle, gets to the 19 before he is stood up, but a second effort crosses the 20-yard line to the 21-yard line. A gain of 8 on first down, brings up second down and 2 as we have 3 minutes remaining in the ball game.
That was Wimberly and Young in on that tackle.
Susi takes the snap. Looking over the middle, going to take it himself now, gets back to the line of scrimmage, but no more. Brings up third down. 3 timeouts on the scoreboard for East Stroudsburg and the 2-minute timeout, so they have 4 stoppages that they can use the remainder of the way. 3 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side. Susi takes that shotgun snap, looking over the middle. Once again, going to take it himself. He's got room across the 25, bounces to the outside of the 30 and steps out of bounds at the 33-yard line, enough to move the chains for the Warriors.
These East Stroudsburg receivers, they do a good job of understanding what type of quarterback they have playing in the pocket, because once he breaks contain and gets past that line of scrimmage, they do a good job of transitioning from being a wide receiver to a good open field blocker. And that time, those good blocks downfield are able to help Susi pick up that first down.
Susi once again drops back to pass. Once again going to roll out to his left. He's across the 40 to the 45. Midfield into Ram territory. Steps out of bounds at the 48-yard line.
I don't think the Rams can sit back in coverage or play a base look against Susi. I think they got to dial up some blitzes, put some pressure on him, make him make some tough decisions. You can't just let him stand back there and play jazz.
2:21 on the clock here at Ram Stadium. First down and 10. Ball at the 48-yard line. East Stroudsburg in Shepherd territory. Susi looking for the screen. He's got a man. It's Frame who is tackled very quickly after the catch. Gain of only 3 on the play, and another Ram down, this one in the backfield.
And that time, Shepherd does dial up a blitz, and East Stroudsburg has a nice counterpunch to it. They call a screen. They tried that earlier. Shepherd was able to blow up their screen, but that time Susi was able to throw a little dart to his fullback. And looks like that's going to be Nathan Muley. And that's certainly, not that you want to lose anybody, but that's somebody that Rams defense can ill afford to lose at this point in the game. When you see East Stroudsburg, a little bit of momentum starting to bubble to the surface, they're going to need Muley out there to keep that pressure on that young quarterback.
We talked about it earlier in the game to finish out the season for both of these teams. Shepherd, next week they're right back home when they take on rival Shippensburg. Then they are at Lock Haven and finish the season at Ram Stadium against Seton Hill. For East Stroudsburg, this was a game they desperately wanted/needed in order to set up what would be a pseudo PSAC East championship next week when they travel to Kutztown. Shepherd 2 minutes and 13 seconds away from ruining that party, but still a long way to go. It's a good sign that Nathan Muley able to get up and jog off the field under his own power. Hopefully a play or two on the sideline, and they can get big number 45 back in the game.
They're going to need him to close this one out. Looked like they were paying a lot of attention to his left ankle. Maybe a quick tape job so he can get back in there.
Whistle blows, and Coach Terwilliger is not going to be happy with this. They did not get the play off before the 2-minute stoppage, as they're now going to talk to the play clock operators. I think it started a little earlier than it should have, as they do reset the game clock to 2 minutes and 13 seconds. Shotgun formation as the clock runs. Susi drops back to pass. The lefty looking right is going deep over the middle, and that one incomplete. Good coverage on the back end by Shepherd. That was Will Ennis in coverage as Jalen Andrews, the intended target, on the post route.
And Andrews unhappy about that pass. I'm like, it's not the best situation. You got a young backup quarterback in there, and the ball, he had to wait a little bit. That wasn't Andrews on that play, but that was Evan Roche. And he has been quiet today. Thought that he may have been a big part of the formula today for East Stroudsburg, but things certainly have not gone to plan for the Warriors today, and credit that Rams defense for taking them out of the things that they would have preferred to do today.
Third down and 6. Susi takes it himself right up the middle inside the 40-yard line down to the 39, and it's going to depend on the spot, whether it's the 39 or the 38. I believe he's a yard short, and he is, and the clock under 2 minutes. We'll take the 2-minute timeout and see what Jimmy Terwilliger has dialed up for a big fourth down on the backside of this timeout. 1:57 remaining in the game. Shepherd leads East Stroudsburg 26-15. We're back in 60 seconds. This is Shepherd Ram football on TV 10.
Life is evolving. Over the past decade, the way we do almost everything has changed. Get on your phone, see something you like, click on it, and it shows up at your door. Why should the way you have your car serviced be any different? Why waste your time going to a dealership service department when Hagerstown Ford and Hancock Chevrolet will come to you? They service all makes, all models, and offer full parts and labor warranties. Hagerstown Ford and Hancock Chevrolet will come to your door or office and service your vehicle while you're doing what you need to be doing, conducting that business meeting or mowing the lawn. Why take time out of your busy schedule when you don't have to? Hagerstown Ford and Hancock Chevrolet's friendly, knowledgeable staff will come to you where you live or where you work for full service maintenance, from oil changes to tire rotations, brakes, batteries, multi-point inspections. They handle it all. Hagerstown Ford and Hancock Chevrolet is committed to delivering the best of the best to their customers. Trust them to service your vehicle where you're at home or at work. Skip the time-consuming and terminal wait at the dealership. Schedule your appointment at fordofhagerstown.com or hancockchevy.com.
It was a stressful ending the last time we were at Ram Stadium. Shepherd got out of here with a 28-24 victory against Westchester, a backup quarterback. The story in that game, a third-string quarterback, even a story in that game, as Colin O'Sullivan came in to finish that game. Attempted to lead a game-winning drive at the end, but it was Clayton Batten with a game-sealing interception in that one. 26-15, a minute and 57 remaining in the ball game here as Harrison Susi in as the backup quarterback for East Stroudsburg. A big fourth down and one. He gets the direct snap, takes it himself, leans forward, and I believe he has enough for the first down, and he does. Timeout East Stroudsburg immediately.
You didn't have to take too many guesses where he was going to be running that football behind his big right tackle, and Guy Gilliard able to give his quarterback just enough space to move the chains on that play.
You look at how well Shepherd's been able to run the football today and just how little teams have been able to run the football against East Stroudsburg. We were talking about this earlier off air, but just 109 yards given up for them per game on defense running the football are the Warriors, and Shepherd has just annihilated that number and blown it out of the water. This is a game that with a minute and 52, definitely an uphill battle still for East Stroudsburg. Not saying they're on the doorstep of pulling off this great comeback, but a game that Shepherd has got to find a way to come out of with a win. The defense has played lights out until this fourth quarter and just seeing a different look now and a different style of game than what they had seen. And the offense running the football well, controlling the game, converting on fourth downs. This is one that Shepherd has got to figure out how to get out of here with a win.
And they have all the advantages on their side. As long as nothing crazy here happens to close it out, they should be able to walk out here with a victory. But Shepherd just came in with the mentality of punching East Stroudsburg in the face.
Susi right now is saying, hey, put it on my shoulders. Let's see if I can take you into the end zone. Takes it right up the middle. Not a big gain. And Nathan Muley back in the game. Good to see 45 in on that tackle. Under a minute and 40 remaining in the game. Just a short gain on that run. A gain of about 3. 2nd and 7 now. Ball at the 37-yard line. Susi drops back to pass. He's going deep over the middle. That one is caught in the end zone. That is Evan Roche on the touchdown with a minute 22 left.
And Roche, that was the exact same pattern, exact same play that he called there at the end of the first half. You could see he was getting a little bit salty over there on the sidelines with the coaches, wondering why he hasn't had his number called more often today. The times that they have gone to him, he's had success. That's 2 big catches, and that one resulting in a touchdown.
And no shock here, the offense going to stay on the field for the 2-point conversion. If it is successful, a field goal would tie it if they get the football back. I don't think there's any question what the play call might be here. I think we would expect to see Susi try to take it himself. There is the snap. He is going to drop back to pass, looking for the slant route. Incomplete. And a flag coming in over, at the back end. And I think they're going to get Batten for coming in with a high hit.
And he's going to be lucky if he avoids getting a targeting call on this one. And this is going to be huge, because if he gets ejected, then his availability for next week's game comes into question. But There was no need for it. The ball had already went through the receiver's hands. There was no reason for him to come over and lower the boom on the wide receiver, and especially the way referees are calling games nowadays, you can't go for those type of kill shots anymore.
Don't put them in the opportunity to make that call.
Exactly.
Referee's still talking about it in the end zone to our right. Here comes the call.
Personal foul, good targeting. Number 5 of the defense. The previous play is under further review.
They will review it as it was called a targeting on the field. That would be an immediate ejection of Batten. And while they review the penalty, we'll go ahead and step aside and take a 60-second break. 1:22 remaining in the game. Shepherd leads East Stroudsburg 26-21. This is Shepherd Ram football on TV 10.
Hello, Jonathan Bodwell, Bodwell Insurance Solutions, your local Medicare insurance agency. We are celebrating our 20th anniversary this year. The Medicare annual enrollment period is here. Medicare plans have changed drastically this year. We are here to help you with a no-charge review of your coverage. Don't get taken advantage of by a call center. Call us at 304-283-0864. Stay local with Bodwell Insurance Solutions.
Most insurance companies see you as a claim number. Most law firms see you as a case file. When their top priority is their bottom line, you only get a fraction of the attention that you deserve. At the law firm of Burke, Schultz, Harmon & Jenkinson, it's personal. We listen to our clients to see the whole picture, because every part of you is important. For a team built on relationships and results, call Burke, Schultz, Harmon & Jenkinson at 304-LAWYERS. Or visit us at burkeandschultz.com.
There's a touchdown pass from Harrison Susi to Jalen Andrews, or make that Roche, up the middle. 2-point conversion was missed, but a penalty flag. Right now, a targeting on Clayton Batten. Waiting to see the review to see if he will be ejected from this football game.
And again, it was just an unnecessary hit, and we give Mr. Batten a lot of praise, and it's well-deserved praise for him just being a high IQ football player, just a dynamic player with the ball in his hands, and just such great instincts. And that time, just an uncharacteristic boneheaded play that time. It was an unnecessary play.
There was no targeting on the play. The personal foul will be assessed half the distance to the goal. It will replay the try. It'll be 1 on time down.
So no targeting on the play. That's the good news for Batten. Another opportunity at the 2-point conversion for East Stroudsburg, however. We'll move the ball half the distance, so the ball going to be at the 1-yard line. And we'll see what the play call is here from offensive coordinator Mike Terwilliger, the father of head coach Jimmy Terwilliger.
And I think he was able to avoid the targeting penalty because it wasn't a helmet-to-helmet type of shot. He hit him more with his chest, but still going up high like that, and just an unnecessary hit draws the penalty.
There's the snap. Susi going to take it himself, dives over the line and into the end zone for the successful 2-point conversion, and East Stroudsburg has drawn back in within 3 points, 26-23. 1:22 remaining in the ball game. We are back after this. This is Shepherd Ram football on TV 10.
The Palace Lounge in Martinsburg is the place to be. Join us every night to relax and enjoy football or basketball games featuring either the Martinsburg Bulldogs, Shepherd University Rams, or West Virginia Mountaineers. We will have steak night every Wednesday, trip nights every Thursday, and now taco and margarita nights every Tuesday. You can find us on Facebook or call 304-267-7520. The Palace Lounge is located at 1350 Edwin Miller Boulevard in Martinsburg.
Fort Evans Archery of Inwood is your local full-service archery pro shop with sales and setup, maintenance, repairs, and sight-ins. Fort Evans Archery is a full stocking dealer for all your favorites like Hoyt, Matthews, Elite, Bowtech, Mission, and Bear, with crossbows from Raven, 10-point, Barnett, and Excalibur. And Fort Evans Archery has a sight range out to 60 yards. Fort Evans Archery, 998 Ardenelville Road, Suite 2, Inwood, open Tuesday to Friday, 10 a.m. until 6, Saturdays 9:30 to 4. FortEvansArchery.com.
Onside kick on the ground and goes out of bounds. Shepherd going to get the football back. It was a bouncer that went over the first two lines of the Rams and made its way out of bounds with 1:20 left. Shepherd football. Both teams 2 timeouts left and a flag. That's just going to be for a kick going out of bounds, but a flag on the far side of the field.
And that was a very good onside kick attempt. What you want to do, try to get that ball to run along the carpet and then take that big hop and give your guys a chance to make a play on the ball. That time he took a monster hop and went right out of bounds. And again, the big tight end, Wollaston, making a heady play, telling his guys to get away from it, and letting that ball go out of bounds and draw the penalty. I think Shepherd's going to decline it and take that field position, but more importantly than that, they need to get this clock running. They need a first down.
Shepherd cannot just sit on it. They're going to have to try to get a first down to seal this game. Jordan Barnett in at running back. Ball at the 48-yard line. Shepherd in their own territory. There's the snap to give this to Barnett. He is bottled up in the backfield.
That was Cameron Gross. Again, he's lowering the boom today.
Timeout taken immediately by head coach Jimmy Terwilliger. And if you're Shepherd, how do you go about, if you're offensive coordinator Rob Ambrose, how are you going about this play calling? Obviously, you would think either a run or a surefire pass in the flats on second down, but if it's a third and long, do you just run the football, let every ounce of clock you have, and then punt it and make it a long field?
You just took the words right out of my mouth right there. You keep the ball on the ground. You do not throw it. You do not give this ball back to this team with all the momentum at their back. The way they've been able to claw back into this one, you keep it on the ground. You play the percentages. It may not be the most flashy way to come away with a win, but it doesn't change. A W is a W is a W, and you want to try to get out of here with that win in front of the home crowd. You keep the ball on the ground. You put it on your offensive line. They have been kicking butt all day long. You put it on them. You trust your big guys up front to bring you home. They're going to be up for the challenge. You dance with the one that brung you. And certainly the offensive line has fit the bill today. So you put the ball in your running back's hands. At this point, from here on in, it's 2 hands on the ball at all times. And you run hard, you run behind that offensive line, and you keep that clock running.
We have not seen any of the little touch pass and sweeps with Malachi Brown. Any chance that gets brought in here?
You don't want to get fancy.
The give right up the middle to Barnett, lowers his shoulder, gets across the 50-yard line into ESU territory. And the final timeout taken.
And Barnett, a little slow to get up on that play.
1:15 remaining in the games. They did have 5 seconds prior to that last snap. So you look at if Shepherd runs the football again, let's say takes 5 seconds to run the play, and then you have 40 seconds. That's 45 seconds. Let's do some quick math here. It's not going to be a lot of time if Shepherd has to punt the football away, and it's most likely going to be a long field. But then again, a field goal would tie it for East Stroudsburg. And not saying that they can move the football quickly, but they've certainly shown that they can this fourth quarter, as they've scored 23 alone in quarter number 4.
And shaping up very similar to how that game came to a close up at Slippery Rock. So let's see what lessons that the Rams have learned. Are they going to try to possibly make this a 2-down situation where they're going to go for it? I say run the ball this time. Whether you get the first down or not, you let that clock run all the way down and you take the delay of game, and then you punt it and then make them have to travel the length of the field. But I don't think you try to force the issue and try to go for it.
3rd down and 7. There is the snap and a whistle blown and a timeout taken by Shepherd. They want to.
A lot of gamesmanship here to close out the game.
They want to make sure they got the right play based on the defense that was shown. You know what would make this a whole lot easier? Get the ball to Jordan Barnett, and he runs for 8 yards and a first down, and sit on it a couple times and go enjoy post-homecoming game festivities.
There we go. I like that plan. I think that's going to be something similar to what they draw up.
Did not expect this game to look like this entering the fourth quarter, I can tell you that.
After that last run, Barnett was a little slow to get up, so maybe make that switch to Swinehart. I mean, you're not losing too much, and he could give you a little bit of perhaps an extra burst, but I still think you keep the ball on the ground, you keep that clock rolling. Whether you get the first down or not, you just let that thing keep rolling, and you really put the pressure on East Stroudsburg to make some plays to get back into this.
Both teams out of the timeout. Shepherd now 1 timeout remaining. Hey, Goose Egg 0 in the timeout column for East Stroudsburg. Ball at the 49-yard line, right hash. It is Barnett in the backfield with quarterback Mike Hardaway. 1 receiver in the formation to this near side is Malachi Brown. The East Stroudsburg faithful making their presence known below us. There is the give up the middle to Barnett. Gains a few, but not enough, not nearly enough for the first down. And we will watch that clock wind as they have not set the football yet. And now that play clock runs. 35 seconds on that play clock, 58 on the game clock. So you're looking at about a 25-second difference in game clock and play clock. And we'll see if head coach Ernie McCook lets it run completely to 0 or if he calls his remaining timeout with 1 second left.
Let it run all the way down. Take the delay game. Give your punter a little bit more room to work with. And I think you're going to have to go with your punt protection look because you imagine East Stroudsburg is going to send the dogs after the punter. So I think the conservative route is going to be the best route for the Rams to close this game out. Are they calling a timeout? Okay.
No, there is a delay game.
Oh, okay.
Penalty flag came in the secondary, so a 5-yard penalty, but you take the extra second off the clock. 23.7 remaining in the game. And Deshaun Alexander on to punt the football. Biggest punt of his career so far. Need this one pinned deep. Return man is Cade Christopher. He stands at the 10-yard line. And how about this for some homecoming stress in the fourth quarter? After a game that for the first 3 quarters was dominated by the Rams. Deshaun Alexander gets it at the 35-yard line and gets that kick away. A low line drive kick. Bounces at the 18. Bouncing inside the 5 and into the end zone.
Was hoping for that last little hop there at the end to give Shepherd a chance to field it inside, but you'll take that. You
take 7 seconds off the clock. Yeah, I was looking for a little more hang time on that one.
It wasn't.
No doubt about it. Needed a little more hang time on that.
But I think the message was sent to the punter, get this out of there quickly because you knew they were bringing some pressure. So it really wasn't going to have that extra opportunity for him to try to put a little bit of finesse on the ball, get that thing down the field. And now East Stroudsburg having 80 yards to drive for the touchdown or maybe perhaps get into field goal range and tie this ball game up. But now it's going to be on this Rams defense. They played well all game long. Now they got one more challenge to test.
Susie not really going to be able to run the ball unless he can be sure he can get out of bounds. Let's see what this arm looks like. 16 seconds left. Susie back to pass, looking right. Steps up in the pocket. He's not going to his left. Clock running. He gets across the 32 to the 33-yard line. Under 10, 9.3 remaining. First down, East Stroudsburg. And the clock stops at 9.3 seconds.
I think the safeties have to move back a little bit more. They're going to look to try to hit them down the seam. That's where East Stroudsburg has had a lot of success taking those deep shots to the seam. You see Andrews moving inside to that seam. See if that's where they're going to attack.
Ball at the 33-yard line. Susie drops back to pass, looking right. Nowhere to go. Has to work to the left. He's going to have to get rid of it. Heaves it deep down the field. There's nobody there. 0.4 seconds left in the game. There'll be one more play to end this one.
You know, it's either going to Roche or Andrews. Identify where those guys are and make sure you have somebody playing over top. Guys up front, Nathan Muley, it's money time. You got to get back there in their pocket and disrupt what they want to do on this play. Do not let him set up back there and try to launch a bomb down the field. Those front 3 guys, you got to make something happen. Put a little pressure on that backup quarterback.
Here is the ball game. The clock has hit 0. Susie looking downfield, nowhere to go, steps to his left, fires down at the 50-yard line. That one is caught. Let's see a little Michigan lateral play here. That one looked like it was a forward pass. The flag comes in and still throwing back and forth. Frame has it at the 40-yard line. I think this is all for nothing but a face mask now on the far side as a penalty flag comes in the secondary. And let's see what the flags are on both. I believe it was an illegal forward pass on the far side, but I think the flag in the secondary might be a face mask. waiting to see and get this one sorted out. The Rams, and there's a Ram down at the 23-yard line, as we might have one more untimed down left in this football game.
Illegal forward pass, number 13 of the offense. Personal foul, face mask, defense. Those fouls will cancel. We'll have one untimed down.
One untimed down is the foul's offset, as you hear from our head referee. So let's do that play one more time, but this time with 0 seconds on the clock.
Just to add a little bit more tension to an already crazy situation.
And East Stroudsburg getting a timeout here, basically. They have been on the sideline. I'm not sure why they're letting them stay in the huddle that long. So ball goes back to the 33-yard line. Had the stress of a last play. How about two stressful plays for the end of the game? Shepherd looking to win the homecoming game and win their 4th straight. East Stroudsburg looking for win number 7 in a row. Susie awaits the snap, and now Shepherd coach Ernie McCook is going to take a timeout. We're going to keep it here for obvious reasons. Don't want to miss a second of this, although there's not really a second left to miss. The clock right now says 0 and untimed down. 26-23, Shepherd has the lead. Shepherd dominated quarters 1 through 3, and it's been East Stroudsburg in this 4th quarter. 23 points in this 4th quarter for the Warriors.
Right now, the Shepherd coaching staff just double-checking with all the players out there on the field, making sure everybody understands what they have to do on this play. You're only rushing 3, 8 players back in coverage, super deep coverage. Nothing gets behind you. Nothing gets behind you, and then you just got to rally and tackle the ball carrier because you know there's going to be some type of craziness as far as laterals are concerned.
Yeah, Susie does not have the arm to get it there. So they're either going to heave it and hope for a pass interference, or you're going to see a lateral play once again. All right, both teams back out on the field. Susie awaits the snap at the 33-yard line. He takes the snap. Looking over the middle. Pass complete to Roche. Roche flips it back. Now the ball back to Roche. He's at the 45-yard line looking to get it back. Nowhere to go. He is tackled. Ball is loose. Shepherd falls on it, and the clock still at 0. No flags on the play. And for the 4th time in a row, go ahead and put a tally in the win column for the boys in gold and blue from Shepherdstown. Shepherd wins 26-23 over East Stroudsburg.
Big game for the Rams. They came out all business to start this game. They put together 4 great quarters of football, all 3 phases of the game, and even with the spark that the backup quarterback provided, the defense was still able to step up and make plays when they were absolutely needed, and Shepherd getting a desperate must-win here in front of the homecoming crowd.
Post-game coming up next. We'll have stats and analysis from this one, then send it back to Kyler High at the studio for the post-game scoreboard show. Your final here from Ram Stadium. Shepherd gets a homecoming victory, 26-23 over the Warriors of East Stroudsburg. This is Shepherd Ram football on TV 10.
A Hot Tub and Swim Spa Expo is at all 3 Floor Pools locations this weekend only. Hot tubs as low as $69 a month. Endless pool swim spas up to $8,000 off MSRP. Hot tubs, swim spas, saunas, and cold plunges up to 30% off. This weekend only at all 3 Floor Pools locations. Hot tubs, hot tubs, hot tubs. The Hot Tub and Swim Spa Expo is at all 3 Floor Pools locations this weekend only. Truckloads of hot tubs from major brands like Hot Spring Hot Tubs. All discounted. Hot tubs as low as $69 a month. Easy financing. Save thousands. Swim year-round with endless pool swim spas. Up to $8,000 off MSRP. Saunas as low as $79 a month. Hot tubs, swim spas, saunas, and cold plunges. Up to 30% off. This weekend only at all 3 Floor Pools locations. SpaExpoTristate.com. The Hot Tub and Swim Spa Expo is at all 3 Floor Pools locations this weekend only. Hot tubs as low as $69 a month. Endless pool swim spas. Up to $8,000 off MSRP. Hot tubs, swim spas, saunas, and cold plunges. Up to 30% off. This weekend only at all 3 Floor Pools locations.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%, Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars, too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
When will I be able to retire? How do I make the most of the money I have? How can I leave a lasting legacy to my loved ones? I'm John Everson, Private Wealth Advisor with the Mirius Group, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated. Call us today at 304-263-4343 to help you make the most of your financial future. Our office is located at 1270 Winchester Avenue, Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC.
Welcome back into Ram Stadium. Shepherd getting the victory over East Stroudsburg, 26-23. It's the 4th straight win for the Rams after starting the season 0-4. How about a 500 record, Travis? 4-4, and now 4-1 of the PSAC East, and stopping what has been a 6-game win streak for the Warriors of East Stroudsburg, and eliminating what could have been a PSAC East basically championship next week in their matchup against Kutztown. What a win for Shepherd. Dominated in the first 3 quarters of this football game and did enough in that 4th quarter to hold on and get the victory.
And again, they came out with the right mentality, ball control, keep that East Stroudsburg offense on the sideline. The Rams defense did an excellent job on 3rd downs, getting off the field. And again, just Shepherd top to bottom. And you have to credit this entire football program, because starting out 0-4, playing the way that they were playing, this program was in a tailspin. So for those guys to able to keep the faith, and for the coaches to keep on trying different combinations, coming at this with different ideas, not giving up on this season, man, just a credit to that entire football program, the way they've been able to battle back from adversity, and now that they've been able to pull even on the season and get their head a little bit above water by pulling back up here to 500, and now they're doing so well in conference. Now you can start maybe having some little aspirations at this point in the year with a easier part of the schedule. You can't overlook anybody, but with an easier part of the schedule coming up for Shepherd, the optimism is booming now for this Rams football team.
Certainly needs some help if you're looking at optimism down the stretch. It needs some upsets down the road, that is for sure. Looking at this game, Shepherd through the first 3 quarters, forcing that safety at the end of the near the end of the 3rd quarter, but at one point a 19-point advantage for the Rams in the 4th quarter, and then 23 points for East Stroudsburg in the 4th quarter alone. You can't say enough about what Harrison Susi was able to come in and do. Obviously, a guy that not necessarily a guy that's going to come off the bench, hasn't seen a whole lot of action this year. He's seen his fair share of action. He's not cold coming off the bench, but what he was able to do, really successful on the day, and bringing them back in and giving them a shot in this ball game.
It was an unusual role for him where he was going to be asked to run the entire offense, whereas before he would come in more of a package player, like we said, used more primarily in that wildcat package or down towards the goal line. Coming in, now he has control of the whole playbook and having to run the entire offense. It looked a little clunky at times, but he was able to get into a rhythm, get comfortable, and make some big plays and get his team back into the ball game. And you're not sure how banged up McTaggart is going to be moving forward, but you know the East Stroudsburg coaching staff going to have a lot more confidence going to their backup signal caller, knowing that he can come in, make these type of plays, and really have his teammates rally around it.
Our post-game show brought to you by the Palace Lounge on Edward Miller Boulevard in Martinsburg, with a full lunch and dinner menu with daily specials in a clean, comfortable atmosphere. Check out the menu on the Palace Lounge Facebook page. All right, Wyatt Pelicano was down on the field with Shepherd head coach Ernie McCook, so we're going to bring you some of those thoughts here in just a moment. But first, let's take a look at let's go ahead and hear from Wyatt right now.
Hey, guys, I'm standing with Coach McCook. Coach, I know we talked about it at halftime a little bit, but that felt like a complete football game from the Shepherd Rams. Offense, defense, special teams, felt like we were firing on all cylinders. What are the thoughts?
Hey, first of all, I'm sharing this moment with my man, Wyatt Pelicano. Go Rams. What a great team win in all 3 phases. Really excited about it. Now I'm going to go in and celebrate with this football team.
Absolutely. I love it, Coach. Good to your thing. Congrats.
That is not a Ernie McCook we have heard yet this year. That's the Coach McCook we're used to here. And the guy that's joking with you, the guy that's excited, the guy that wants to share it with you, that is not a Coach McCook. Even throughout the 3-game win streak, we haven't really seen that side of Coach McCook come out. But that's what you want to hear. This is what Shepherd football is used to being. This is the expectations we have for Shepherd football. Unfortunately, the first 4 games of the season just not able to go the way Shepherd wanted to. But this has been a fun 4-game stretch.
Man, oh, man. And, again, it's come down to turnovers. Shepherd was able to get that turnover early in the game that really was able to swing the momentum in favor of the Rams when they were able to fall on that mishandled snap by McTaggart early on in the game. Shepherd was able to press that advantage. And, again, I'm going to look at that safety play as another turnover in the ball game. So, Shepherd, you look at the difference in the season from the first 4 games to the second 4 games, it's been the turnover differential, and the Rams have really understood what they needed to do to get back into this season, get back into these ball games, and that's the defense really upping the pressure and creating those turnovers.
Let's take a look at some post-game stats brought to you by your local full-service archery pro shop, Fort Evans Archery of Inwood. Call them at 304-229-7064. Starting with some team stats. For East Stroudsburg, they finished with 20 first downs to the Rams 21. Rushing yards, the Warriors had 182, Shepherd 212 yards on the ground. That's doubling up what East Stroudsburg was allowing so far this season. Shepherd running the ball at about 4.4 yards a clip. East Stroudsburg running it at about 6 yards a clip. Through the air, Shepherd 179 yards throwing, 172 yards for East Stroudsburg. Total plays look like this: 58 for 354 yards for the Warriors. For Shepherd, 72 plays run, 391 yards. In terms of time of possession, Travis, we talked about this at halftime. 20 minutes and 24 seconds for East Stroudsburg, 39 minutes and 36 seconds for Shepherd. Time of possession big in this football game.
And again, nothing pretty. Hard-nosed, smash-mouth football. I know in recent years we've gotten used to seeing a high-flying passing attack from this Rams offense, but you go back to the old-school Shepherd Rams, they know what it's like to be out there pounding that ball. They're getting back to what made them a successful program in the past. You rely on that ground game. You rely on those big offensive linemen up front, and they came through big time for the Shepherd Rams today.
All right, let's go to some individual stats, starting with East Stroudsburg. McTaggart finished today 6 for 16, 171 yards, did not throw a touchdown. For Harrison Susie, he went 6 for 11, 65 yards, completing 54% of his passes, and did throw a touchdown. Running the football, Susie led the way on the ground, 125 yards on 12 attempts and a touchdown. For McTaggart, he added 51 yards on 13 attempts, and no rushing yards for a running back in the second half, Travis. That's not something you see a whole lot, especially from a team like East Stroudsburg.
Yeah, and it's weird like how much their quarterbacks have to shoulder the load of the running game. And the couple of times that they did hand the ball to the running backs, it looked like they had some explosive athletes when they got the ball in their hands. It's just something where the quarterback's getting a lion's share of the running game and not sure that that's going to be the right approach all the time. And you can see it's starting to take a toll on their starting quarterback because McTaggart just didn't look right all day long.
Jalen Andrews finished the game with 5 receptions for 91 yards. Evan Roche finished with 3 receptions for 38 yards. Birdie finishing 2 receptions for 29 yards. Pfizer finishing 1 reception for 10 yards. Let's go over to the Shepherd University Rams. Hardaway finished the game 15 for 23, throwing for 2 touchdowns on the day and 179 yards. Shepherd running the football 138 yards for Jordan Barnett. He added a touchdown as well, running the ball at 5.1 yards a clip. Grant Swinehart added another 76 on the ground. He was running the ball at about a clip of 3.8 yards a game, or a carry, I should say. Malachi Brown finishing with 3 receptions, 51 yards, and Batten finishing with 3 receptions, 22 yards. Case and Lanza adding 3 receptions as well for 22 yards on the day. Our post-game stats brought to you by Fort Evans Archery, your local first-service archery pro shop. Fort Evans Archery of Inwood. Call them at 304-229-7064. All right, Travis, let's get into some of the fun stuff, especially after a win. Let's get into some awards for this game, starting with our play of the game, brought to you by CMA Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram of Martinsburg. Stop in and see them today at 48 Kelly Island Road in Martinsburg or call 304-263-8821. They're moving lives forward.
Well, I was tempted to make the play of the game, the fumble recovery early on by Vince Fluke. But for me, I think the play of the game that really, you look at the scoreboard, was pretty much the difference in the ball game. It was that safety in the third quarter. That safety in the third quarter by that Rams defense with 5:57 left really kind of cemented this win for the Rams. So my play of the game, the safety by that Rams defensive unit.
All right, a couple for this next one, I believe, but we'll see what you think and who deserves this award. The collision of the game, brought to you by Cody's Auto Body at 851 Wilson Street in Martinsburg. Family-owned, offering superior customer service and great pricing for a job done by experienced, certified technicians. Call 304-901-4777 or visit their Facebook page. Collision of the game.
There was a lot of hard hits out there. It was an early one in the game with Mekhi Young on the East Stroudsburg quarterback, McTaggart. Also, Chase Soper coming in, catching the ball in the backfield, trucks a guy. But for me, the collision of the game, I got to give it to Cameron Gross. He absolutely smoked Grant Swinehart. I'm sorry, Grant. You got popped on that play. So my collision of the game goes to East Stroudsburg's Cameron Gross. He lowered the boom on Grant Swinehart there in the fourth quarter with 15-16 left on the clock.
All right, catch of the game now brought to you by WVU Medicine, Berkeley, and Jefferson Medical Centers, leading healthcare here and everywhere.
Catch of the game is going to go to Malachi Brown, his 29-yard touchdown catch he had in that fourth quarter. For me, that was kind of the backbreaker in the game that really gave Shepherd a little bit of breathing room there at the end to really put this game on ice. My catch of the game goes to Malachi Brown.
All righty, and the big one, the player of the game, brought to you by CMA Honda of Winchester, located at 3985 Valley Pike in Winchester. Call 540-686-1622 at CMA Honda of Winchester. Owners, just care more about you.
Well, as a big guy, I've been waiting to make this call all game long. My player of the game is going to go to the entire Rams offensive line. So let's call them out. Jaden Perez, E.J. Hendricks, Josh Crummett, Ty Lucas, and Brandon Carr. They absolutely set the tone from beginning and end of this game. They dominated in the run game. They protected the quarterback in the passing game. My player of the game goes to the big uglies up front, the Shepherd Rams offensive line.
I was going to yell at you if that was not your choice. And
I was tempted. The Rams defensive unit could have made a case for it as well. They played very well. But that Rams offensive line, they just were a consistent force of nature all game long. They really set the tone and really are the difference in today's ball game. The Rams offensive line, they get the player of the game from me today.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think the defense played great, especially through three quarters. I think if they would have kept up the pace in the fourth quarter, we might be having a little harder of a conversation about which segment of the team should be getting the player of the game. Because, again, I don't think it was just one person that was the difference in this victory. It really was a team victory for the Shepherd University Rams. All right, that is going to wrap up our post-game show, but don't go anywhere. The post-game scoreboard show coming up with Kyler High back at the studio. He'll give you some scores from around the PSAC, from around the Mountain East Conference, and Division I scores of interest as well. Our next broadcast, hey, 2 home games in a row, Travis, not traveling around Pennsylvania next week. We're right back here in Shepherdstown. It is a rivalry weekend against Shippensburg. Looking forward to that one. Always a good game when the Red Raiders come into town. All right, that's going to wrap it up from here at the stadium. Reminding you one final time with a 26-23 victory. The Shepherd Rams improved to 4-4, 4-1 in the PSAC East. With the loss, the East Stroudsburg Warriors fall to 6-2 overall, 4-1 in the PSAC East. For all of our crew here, for Travis Smith, I am Matt Crawford, and this has been Shepherd Ram Football on TV 10. We will see you next week against Shippensburg.
It's the new normal. You live, work, and play everywhere. Whether it's the family car or the family business, you need insurance that keeps pace with your changing life. Home on the job or working from home, peace of mind comes from knowing your whole world is covered. No matter what happens or how big it grows, whatever your new normal, Erie Insurance's award-winning service and personal agents can keep pace. Call your local agent today or visit erieinsurance.com for a quote.
Fort Evans Archery of Inwood is your local full-service archery pro shop with sales and setup, maintenance, repairs, and sight-ins. Fort Evans Archery is a full stocking dealer for all your favorites like Hoyt, Matthews, Elite, Bowtech, Mission, and Bear, with crossbows from Raven, 10-point, Barnett, and Excalibur. And Fort Evans Archery has a sight range out to 60 yards. Fort Evans Archery, 998 Arden-Nullville Road, Suite 2, Inwood, open Tuesday to Friday, 10 a.m. until 6, Saturdays 9:30 to 4. FortEvansArchery.com.
I love it when people ask me which of the Skinner brothers is younger. I love it when people ask me who's taller. I love it when people get us confused. You do? Really? No. At least they're not confused about what the Skinners do. If you're hurt in almost heaven, dial the sevens. 304-777-7777.
SkinnerWins.com.
When it comes to providing you with a better car buying experience, CMA's Honda of Winchester takes it personally. Why? Because we're employee owned. That makes us neighbors, and good neighbors take care of each other. Come experience the honesty, transparency, and value we provide every customer, every neighbor, each and every day. At CMA's Honda of Winchester, owners just care more about you.
Welcome into the post-game show brought to you by Floor Pools. Make every day better with a hot tub or swimming pool. Floor Pools has locations in Martinsburg, Chambersburg, and in Hagerstown. And if you're smart, you get a hot pool because it's a little chilly outside nowadays. With your final scores, there's only 4 games so far in the PSAC games. That has gone final, including your Shepherd Rams game. Edinburgh beating Gannon 41-20. Bloomsburg beating Millersville 37-21. And number 3 in the nation, Kutztown, beating Westchester 41-7. The only game currently playing right now, as the other two are in halftime, is Lockhaven versus Shippensburg, and as Lockhaven just scored a touchdown to make it 34, potentially 35-21 in the fourth quarter with 8 minutes left to go. Clarion, that game against Seton Hill, that game is tied at 7. And Indiana versus California, that game is at halftime, just about to come back here soon. 21-17, Indiana has the lead on that game as of right now. Those games will probably come back from halftime by the time we get done this thing, the post-game show, so I'll give you any updates if there are any. Your Mountain East Conference. No games have gone final as they all started at 1 o'clock and 2 o'clock, so let's get it underway. Charleston losing to Fairmont State right now by 4 points, 35-31. Fairmont State has the lead. Almost at the fourth quarter, at the start of the fourth quarter almost, with 20 seconds left in the third. Glenville State beating West Liberty so far 25-20, as West Liberty just scored a touchdown to put them up to 20. That game is in the fourth quarter with 13 minutes and 21 seconds left to go. Frostburg State beating Wheeling University 31-0 in the fourth quarter with 12 minutes and 55 seconds left to go in that game. West Virginia Wesleyan losing 7-24 to Concord University. That game is in the second quarter, about to go to halftime. And West Virginia State playing the number 3 team in the nation against West Florida. That game is 7-0 in the first quarter with 7 minutes left to go. Your current D1 scores, you have your West Virginia Mountaineers, who do not play until tonight at 6 p.m. in their Coal Rush game, so tune in for that on the radio show if you would like to. It'll be aired on the radio and on TV, not sure where. You have Marshall, who's on a bye week. They play Thursday at Coastal Carolina. JMU, they play Tuesday at Texas State. And Liberty, they don't play until November 1st. Those are all your West Virginia and local Eastern Panhandle teams. Now for D1 scores, number 16 Virginia just got a touchdown in overtime against Bill Belichick's UNC, making it 17-10 in overtime. So UNC might get a chance. Not sure how that's going to work out. Number 18 South Florida beating Memphis 31-26 with 5 minutes left in the fourth quarter. Number 8 Ole Miss beating number 13 Oklahoma 34-26. That game has 2 minutes left in the fourth quarter. Number 2 Indiana putting a halt to UCLA's win streak 56-6 in the fourth quarter with 1 minute left to go. And Georgia Tech beating Syracuse 34-16 with 3 minutes left to go. 3:30, the game's about to kick off here soon. You have number 4 Alabama at South Carolina, number 23 Illinois at Washington, number 11 BYU at Iowa State, and then number 15 Missouri against number 10 Vanderbilt. That game is at 3:30 today. Some other games starting at 4 p.m. and going out throughout the rest of the night along with your WVU game. You have Baylor versus number 21 Cincinnati. That game starts at 4. Oklahoma State versus number 14 Texas Tech. Number 22 Texas playing Missouri State. Wisconsin playing the number 6 team in the nation out of Oregon. Stanford versus number 9 Miami, Florida. And then number 3 Texas A&M versus number 20 LSU. And then 25th ranked Michigan versus Michigan State. Another game that you might be interested in is number 17 Tennessee versus Kentucky. That game is at 7:45 tonight. And then Houston versus number 24 Arizona State. That game is at 8 p.m. So far, all of your scores have been final, except for those final 3, which are still at halftime, about to come back from halftime. And then your Shippensburg game, who Shepherd Rams play next week. So tune in to WRNR TV or TV on 10 on YouTube and on the TV channel to watch Shippensburg versus Shepherd. That game will probably, more than likely, I haven't checked. Apologies. Let me give you that checkup real quick. That game taking place at Shepherdstown. Game starting at 12. Pre-game coverage. Join us then at 11:30 to get your pre-game coverage of the Shippensburg versus Shepherd game. And that is all I have for you tonight. Have a great night. And I've been Kyler High, Talk Radio, WRNR TV 10.
You've been watching play-by-play coverage of NCAA Division II football featuring the Shepherd University Rams and the Pennsylvania State Athletic Conference. Today's telecast has been brought to you by W. Harley Miller Systems, Smallwood and Small Insurance Agency, Power, Beck, and Matzaref Law Offices, Senate Finance Chairman Jason Barrett, Hagerstown Ford, Fort Evans Archery, Rocks Local Markets, the Brown Funeral Home and Cremations, Robert Fields and Sons, the Larry DeMarco team at Century 21 Modern Realty Results, Burke, Schultz, Harmon, and Jenkinson, personal injury attorneys, Cody's Auto Body, the Palace Lounge, Parsons Ford of Martinsburg, the Skinner Accident and Injury Lawyers, the Berkeley County Health Department, Bodwell Insurance Solutions, Ameriprise Financial and the Mirius Group of Financial Advisors, WVU Medicine Berkeley and Jefferson Medical Centers, the Mansion Ferretti Law Firm, CMA Honda of Winchester, CMA Chevy and Toyota of Martinsburg, CMA Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram of Martinsburg, Dignity Memorial Rosedale Funeral Home and Cemetery of Martinsburg, Floor Pools of Martinsburg, Hagerstown, and Chambersburg, Inferno Brewery and Andy's Pizza. TV 10 Sports thanks you for watching today's presentation of Shepherd University Rams football. All rights reserved.